Good morning, everybody, and you join us with no action on the track at the moment. I think they're just doing a couple little bits of bobs of sorting out. Hello, anyway, good morning. My name's Nick Damon. We are RC Racing TV. This is the HERTS Grand Prix 2022. Over and getting ready to start some action. We're just about to start round 3. There's a couple of minute break now before round 3 starts. At the glorious HERTS RC Club. Hope you're having a lovely bank holiday weekend. Hello to John Graves. Hello to Homeboy RC. Hello to Total RC Pro. If you're watching us on YouTube, then can you please watch us? No, if you're watching us on Facebook, can you watch us on YouTube? That would be a good idea. We have a couple of cameras at the moment. We'll have 2 moving cameramen later. And we will see what we can do on the various items. Just getting some tuning done before the cars get on the track and make everything noisy. So let's see what we can do. I'm getting some useful tips and tricks from people that give me tips and tricks. So anyway, right now, let's put too much gain on there. This is me doing sound. It's never a good idea. Nick doing sound. Anyway, hopefully that's sorted out some of the issues. It's all about getting on there. It's all about tuning up. That's why they're giving us 5 minutes, you see, just where there's no cars on the track, so we can tune up. We're going to come back with, we'll be coming back with, I believe, the E-buggies first. We actually start off quietly, which is amazing. And then we'll be going into a few rounds of buggy and then some truggy, because it's always good fun to do those things. So that's the long shot. They've disappeared off. I'm just wondering where the next set of drivers are. But anyway, so here we go. Anyway, I was a bit surprised by this break, to be honest. I didn't know we were going to have a break, so I'm now sitting here going, oh, there's a break. Okay. Oh, okay. That's a little bit surprising. Anyway, so we're going to start off with the E-buggy heat. Just to remind you, obviously, if you are watching on YouTube, we will be monitoring the chat, so you'll be able to have a word with us and me, and we'll be able to follow certain cars during qualifying. Hello to Robbie Wade. He says, good morning from the US, Massachusetts. Yes, that was a hit for the Bee Gees, wasn't it? Yes. And Kenny Everett did a very good pastiche of that. This is obviously getting already into the realms of 70s and 80s references. So next one up, we have Jeff Parry. Hello from Australia. We've got Australia and America already, which isn't a bad start for an event from the HERTS GP. The HERTS GP is the third time I've been here, third year we've come here. It's a regular bank holiday weekend event here in the UK. Lots of the club drivers from HERTS and a few of the other better-known drivers in the UK are here to contest the event. They had some practice yesterday. They've had a couple of rounds of qualifying. We've got 3 more to go now. So in the first heat of the E-buggy, which they really should get off their backsides and get out there, please, we've got James Clark in 1. We've got Darren Keeble in 2, Matt Llewellyn in 3, Steve Chandler, S.J. Chandler in 4, Luca Pini in 5, Simon Reeves in 6, Mick Craddock, Mr. Kyosho in 7, Darren Hayden-Ball in 8, Toby Nicol in 9, Corey Llewellyn in 10, Alex Reeve in 11, and Blaze McCauley, fantastic, in 11. In 12, actually. So that's not bad. Those of you crossing off their RC Racing TV bingo, Nick misreading a name within 3 seconds, you have that point. Well, it's good to see the marshals are meandering out as we get ready to roll here. Looks like Ash is contemplating throwing himself off the the barrier. He's just leaning on the very nicely erected camera towers they've done, but he was leaning off it like he was, that was it. I've had enough. I'm going to throw myself off the edge of it. I think it's a bit early for that. Got plenty of time to throw yourself off things. Hello to Rico A. Blankfor is watching from Guam. Blimey. Good luck, Ashley Evans, fiance and 2 kids watching from home. So Ashley's got himself a pass out. Nice work, Ashley. I am able to do this because I have been given the permission. Anyway, this is just getting ready for some actual track action. Be quite good. Go on. They've decided to take a 5-minute break and make it longer. They say, get on air. And you get on air, and they run a massive break. What can you do? So next up, we'll be qualifying round 3, heat 1. We have 5 rounds of qualifying today, which means we're going to be here for some time. We may take a little bit of a breakette at some point for some food and drink, in which case we'll just leave you with the shots and try and stop ourselves from starving, which is particularly important for some of the other members of the team who kind of collapse after with a lack of calories for more about 4 seconds. I'd like to say thank you to Chris Losey Jeffrey and also to Jim here, who sorted out a little timing problem we had. But we've sorted that out now. So you can see the times on the screen. It's BBK, which, as you know, we have a little bit of an issue with, but never mind, that's what it is. Total RC Pro, how many trips do you do in a normal year to cover all the races? Well, this is sort of would be the end of a normal year. And between the team, obviously a lot of it not involving me, but involving Matt, I think we did 7 or 8 EFRA trips. This one as well, we did the last 3 years. Of course, we've still got 2 more races to go. Sort of next week, well, not next weekend, but the following weeks, into 9 days' time, we will be in Spain for the IFMAR 1/8 Buggy World Championships, and the following week, other members of the team will be in Italy for the ISTC, the Touring Car World. So we've got 2 more World Championships to show, and obviously also we've been showing RCGP on some other channels. So RCGP is now 3 other. We've done 3 of those so far. In America, Italy, and just down the road from here at the Nemo Raceway. And we're going, obviously, back out to the States again in the middle of October to finish that season off. So, I don't know how many do we do. The team does about 13, 14, I think. And then individuals don't do all the 13, 14, obviously. But we do a few of them. It appears to me to be longer than a 5-minute break. Didn't have to start off by filling. I thought I'd just stay this filling stuff for a bit. So the track's open. Of course, what you're not hearing is the whiz, because, of course, look, the track's open. It's exciting. Ash grabs his earphones. He won't need defenders. He won't need them for this one. Because they're electric. Diddly, 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 as they say. So, as you can see, the countdown clock, 1 minute and 17 seconds before they start counting. And then they will get rolling pretty soon after that one. So a minute before they do start. Start having a look at some of the cars and the tracks. So it's the white squeaky one we're going with at the moment. They got no numbers on. No, that is number 2. So that is number 2 of Darren Keeble. The mighty number 2, possibly. Don't know. So this is your chance to have a first shifty at the track. Slightly different camera position from the last couple of years. We're over at the left-hand side with the main camera. There'll be a second moving camera tomorrow, because that's what we're like.
Nick, you have a pro racer in this one, SJ Chandler. His own YouTube
channel. I know, SJ. So, they are now started. And the loop is there. No, it's not. The loop is there. That's the loop, yeah. A little bit of... so they go up the main straight still, onto that banked corner we know so well. Turn back towards us for a sort of double, triple, double. More into paving slabs, and away again for another double single. And then out to the far right of the circuit from where I'm sitting. And then this bit is the new bit, and it's called the coat hanger. It's the shape of a wire coat hanger, that's sort of triangulated upside down, trying to get through the traffic. By the way, you probably think there's no noise, but that's because there's no noise, it's an E-buggy. So the lack of noise is entirely down to the E-bugginess of it. So 3 of them together, and the 2 machine of Keeble still trundling along. Drop back 1 to the silver car with the red stripe. That's the 9 of Toby Nicol. As he gets used to the... Well, obviously, I think we could use it. They've about 7 or 8 runs. I'm getting used to it. They've about 7 or 8 runs around the track so far. A little bit of a unfortunate there for him. Stuck himself on the dirt. Magnus Berglund will be a break for the F1 from Spa. Well, not for me, they won't. Whether other people decide to break and go and watch the F1 from Spa is great. But of course, the key thing is no spoilers, please, because some of us will be watching it later. Oh dear, that didn't go well. Oh, I'm a bit late for this. Actually, I might try. Now, I'm going to try a replay now. It's quite a long replay because I got it quite late. So here we go. So that's Nicol, and they come together. Oh, and they fall off. So if you're in a replay, it's value for money here, isn't it, from RC Racing TV? You've got the replays working and everything. So, a couple of minutes down. Just wait for the next car, Ash, whoever it may be. Might be that green. No, the green car's upside down now. It was going to be the green car. Oh, it is the green car. We're going with the green car. Oh, no, there's 2 to choose from now. Whoever comes past you first is your choice. Looks like it's orange and red. Orange and red. Orange and yellow, looks like. Here we go. It is white into orange. I think that was 6. Sprinted past me. I think it was the 6 of Simon Reeves. We'll get a second chance now, actually, as he turns in front of me here. Guys, honestly, people, put numbers on your cars more clearly. That is just impossible to tell. They've been mandated for the world to have the numbers on the rear wing end plates, which is quite good. I still won't be able to see what's going on because my eyesight's rubbish. But so Reeves now up and over a bit of AstroTurf section there, turns away over the short double-double, up over the tabletop. Out to the far left of the corner, streaks down underneath the camera position, avoids a potential issue there. And he is number 6, so just the numbers are really hard to read. Is it the numbers, or is it me? Yeah, that's interesting. Well, that is interesting. When did that happen? Ash, can you check the connection, please? Your camera's locked up. Apologies for that. It's what happens in the first 20 minutes of being on. Things start going slightly wrong. Well, I wonder why that was, eh? Anyway, so that's now sorted itself out again. Sorry about that. Hello to Jamming to UK. How are you? All a little bit weird, some of this stuff that's going on at the moment. Anyway. That was the end of the first one there. So that's the end of it. So now it gets noisy. So now we've finished all this quiet stuff, and now it gets a bit noisier. Let's get ready for heat 2. Pick up to everyone to Jam in UK. Wish you were having it. You could have it, but you weren't here at the time. I think also, I didn't really notice before, is that this area of Hearts is in a very, very poor reception area. Having a little bit of issue with just about everything getting reception at the moment, but anyway, it's running now. Okay, so we then have the first heat of buggy coming up. You can hear the engines are revving. It's going to be Lyndon Hamer in 1, Adam Reevy in 2, Steve Mainwaring in 3, Usif Ali Bernard in 4, Blue Macaulay in 5, Paul Newman in 6, Blake Macaulay in 7, so it's a couple of Macaulays there, David Bonham in 8, Craig Homer in 9, Linda Joyner in 10, Morgan Baldwin in 11, and David Ritchie in 12. I just confirm that last one was run by Simon Reeves. We followed for a bit there. Quite a long way ahead, Darren Haven Ball. Must have been 14 seconds he won that one by. So they're revving up, getting ready to get going on the next one. Champion 2 UK used to race in Hearts, misses it big time. Still can't spell. Well, I think most of us can't spell, and it isn't helped by the what ends up happening with the what's the word for it? Spell check. That's gonna be rubbish. With the autocorrect, and that makes things. Obviously, I would spell everything perfectly. I get autocorrected wrongly. It's completely unfair. So you want me to follow anybody you know? Want to have a kind of a look and see what's going on, and let's look at some people, follow them, say, oh yeah, I'll follow him. Or somebody else, then just give us a message on the YouTube and we'll do our best. Obviously, you are about half a minute behind us when you see YouTube, so you're always looking to say it's happened. So you need a little time to react. You suddenly go, oh, Barry's in this heat. You need to tell us very quickly, otherwise Barry will not be in the heat by the time we get around to anything else. Here's Ash, already thinking. We've got 45 seconds before this starts. Unfortunately, of course, the way the timing works, it doesn't actually reset the names until literally the new heat starts. But I can only moan about the timing so often, can't I? Actually, I can moan about the timing a lot more. Might just carry on moaning about it. Nope, that didn't go well. Hasn't started yet. Right, you're sticking with him, are you? You're feeling loyal towards that particular car, are you, Ash? I don't know who it is yet. That's the problem. Is you have to come. I have to stand up. I have to look back. Oh, that's a bit of a dance. Again, this isn't counting yet, so they don't qualify for a Oh. Honestly, this is taking what? Oh, that's overtook someone. Oh, finally, that yellow car. Oh, we've got some retired already. Right, so the yellow car's about to go underneath underneath the camera. And I can tell you, exclusively, it's car number 2 of Adam Reevy. So Reevy now actually counted. All that rest of that carnage didn't count for anything. He hadn't actually started his first lap. So up and over that. Oh. Infield sort of swoop into the muddy corner. You've got to turn right. There's a lot of track on the Hearts track. It's quite a long lap, even for the fastest. I think it's about 49 to 51 seconds. That was the coat hanger. Moves away and comes back down towards the rostrum with a double. Land it flat, trying to avoid the big mushroom there on the inside of the corner. Up and over the small amount. The small amount of inside. There's a couple bits of AstroTurf. That very minor bit, and there's a larger bit as you can see in front of the rostrum. On the fast corner, sweeping down the hop before they turn. Oh, that should turn right. That's not the track. That's it. And onto the very nicely paved section. There's 2 white lines. That's timing and scoring. And off down the straight, and the often patch straight up onto the high banking. Carry some speed there, and break down. Before you turn back towards and over the AstroTurf jump. So you go one and then bang one. Oh, nice fly there from Reevy. Wind it up. You have to be that. Kind of ride, you kind of circumspect out because after it there's a very sharp left-hander. So Reevy, priority nice. I've got the information about Adam. I only have his yellow and blue. No, I've only got his colours. I don't know what machine he's driving. So if I have a colours sheet here, which is exciting. I can't hear the glorious Nitro. Are there any trade stands? Can't hear the glorious Nitro. I thought we had some sound in the mix. I must admit. It's quite quiet in here. We'll try and sort out ambient. Might not be till tomorrow, but we'll try and sort out ambient. I did think we'd take some ambient off the camera, to be honest. No, we're not. Ah. I see. Okay, we'll sort out some ambient for you in a bit. Can be slightly difficult, but we'll get some more nitro noise going on. Can we hear, well, now Magnus' sound is okay, but is there enough nitro in the sound? That's the real question, isn't it? Is there enough noisy McNoise features? That's someone starting up to my left. We can do better. Okay, so he's upside down. Let's just find somebody else. Just come down underneath yourself now, Ash. And there's about 3 cars that may come underneath you any minute now. Here's the lucky winner. It's the blue and red number 11. And that is the car of Morgan Baldry. So Morgan Baldry featured now. So running around for the marshals. Actually, given this is the first heat, effectively, of Nitro, it's actually pretty good, really. You normally have absolute total chaos. This seems quite good. I'm quite impressed. Yeah, they're not going super fast, but they're also not making a plethora of ridiculous errors, which can happen. It's there, but a few more percent says so. Yeah, well, I think what we'll probably do is SK16 is we'll try and sort that out. That may be something you do today, or it might be something we sort out for tomorrow morning for the finals. Right, okay, we've got the same problem as we had before. Ash, you've stopped again. Ash, your camera's stopped again. Turn it off and on. Okay, now disconnect the green cable and reconnect the green cable. Turn off the transmission, turn the transmission back on again. Yeah, that did it. That's very weird. I think there's some interference around here, you know. I genuinely think there's some interference. So yes, we've got the camera's actually on RF, and it's just slightly locking out. And so there's a weird bit of transmission. Give me a second. Okay, so I love this. You start at a new event. It's always like, oh, that's working. Oh, that's not working. Oh, that is working. That's not working. Okay, fine. Let's see what happens next. Okay. Now time for heat 3 of qualifying 3. So it was 2.5 minutes ago of this one. Go tour before this one, and it's Lee Baldry in 1, Jake Dell in 2, William Carolyn in 3, Clayton Collins in 4, Steve Bellwood in 5, George Baskozos in 6th, Lee Carrollton in 7, Andrew Leach in 8, Lee Maggs in 9, Chris Smoothie in 10, Peter Yafia in 11, Paul Fitzpatrick in 12, and Mark Garrett in number 13. Nice. Okay. So just waiting for this one to get rolling again. So, minute and 6 this one starts. Okay. There's a buzzing going on. Right, okay, let's work out who we're going to speak to, who we're going to look at now. So this is qualifying round 3, heat 3 of HERTS GP 2022. Who are we going to be looking at? Let's find out just who Ash decides to cover once he's unlocked his 18 hours unlocking his camera. It's the 13. I think he's gone straight bottom of the shop. 13, which is number 13, which is Mark Garrett. So Garrett, little minor error there. Comes, careful not to run over that Marshall. Short bit of carpet onto the tiled section, up of that back double. And you got that tight, sinewy section turning back towards the run down towards timing and scoring. Yeah, open the throttle up here. Smooth it round. Ooh. A little bit over-optimistic on the power coming through those tiled sections. Obviously, you've got a multi-surface, quite common obviously in the UK, multi-surface tracks. Differing amount of grip levels across all the various different surfaces, and obviously, more importantly, it's even more if it gets wet. But I think we are set fair for the 2 days here. Oh, behind him there's a. It'll come in. Oh, that was a snap landing, and he go. Oh, well, they go, didn't he? Yeah, they go at getting him. Didn't quite. Not sure how near we are to getting that. Oops, screw that one up. There you go. So, whoa, nearly managed to take him down there as he rolls and recovers. Let's find somebody else, Ash. Just next person beneath you, otherwise I can't see the car numbers. So you go with the white one. That's the 6th. Of George Baskozos. George. Spoiling me. So Baskozos goes away from the camera. Basically, the camera is on the left side, so it's at 90 degrees to the driver's rostrum. So when they're travelling directly to or from the camera, they're effectively going left to right in the driver's eye line on the rostrum. comes. Out wide, that's the timing scoring. Oh, no, careful. Got away with that. Little kiss on the barrier. Up and over. Just need to work. I think this is where the no. This is where the camera is. I'll just work. Oh, he's slammed right into that part of the hangar section. Hangar lane gyratory system, for those of you who know the A40 in London. But it's obviously not actually part of that. Okay, just drop back one. Let's see somebody else for a little bit. Ash, it also means that I can pick up their number as quickly as possible. And the answer is now. So this is the blue and white machine number 11 of reading Peter Your Fire. So Your Fire is currently scored in 9th. Some way behind the leader of this heat, which is Lee Baldry. Clayton Collins didn't start this one. South of Brazil is watching. Hello, Zanon Gauskar, number 79. The south of Brazil is watching. But is the north of Brazil watching? That's the question I have to ask myself. Yes, we have the south, but do we have the north? Steve Bellwood is a very few people we see not to run. Most people manage to keep the cars running the whole time. It's nice weather. That's. I was pretty certain he was going to land on the pipe there, and he managed to just miss it and sit on the far left as he came towards him. Interesting. This is another anti-clockwise track. I've been so many anti-clockwise tracks recently. I think the majority of tracks are supposed to be clockwise. I just wonder whether the majority of tracks in RC are anti-clockwise. The track we were at for our Tech, that was anti-clockwise quite recently. The Nemo track was anti-clockwise. The world's track's going to be anti-clockwise. Well, I think more tracks are anti-clockwise, you know. I think it's because the pit lane goes from left to right as you read. Oof. So he's crossed the line straight in the pits as we did, but via this kind of solid. Someone put out his misery. That's it. Okay. Little break as we wait for the car to change round. And we move to heat 4 of qualifying round 3. As you can see, I've already changed it to 4 because that's the sort of man I am. I don't see any break. Let me have a look. I think there's a break between rounds. Yeah, there's a little break between rounds. But apart from that, they're running all the way until 4 o'clock, it says here. Now, I'm not sure whether there's any. They normally have a couple of little special races on in the evening, on the Saturday. I'll have to have a check with Jim at HNMC, see what else is going on. Hello from Northern Ireland. Hello, Ivan. How are you? From the northern part of the Emerald Isle. So everything going nicely at the moment here. So I quite like this Saturday. It's quite relaxed. It's quite relaxed qualifying. So I think tomorrow is pure finals. Okay, I need to have a quick chat with Jim, actually. I've been remiss, because we had this little kind of panic to sort a couple of little things out. A little bit remiss on actually picking up some of the finer details of what's happening today. But we are looking very actively, as they say, at the events we can provide. So they're looking to see what's happening today, looking to see what's happening later. They'll just see whether they've got anything on later. They normally do have a couple of little funny finals, be it junior or senior or something, later. They are finishing a bit earlier than normal, finishing at 5 to, well, it'll be a bit later, probably about 4:15 in the end. So it gives us all a chance to follow that. So a few seconds till we get rolling in this heat 4, half a minute or so. There we go. Already we're picking up Kyle's number I can't possibly see, but it is green and white. Now this is now I've got these. See, I've got the code for green and white for the. See now, who could it be? No. Green wheels, purple, orange, green. So it could be Danny Lewington, because he's the only person who's written down green. I think it is Danny Lewington. Green, black, silver. It says it is. Let's have a look. That's silver, is that white? But he has got a bit of black on it. So is this Danny Lewington? Has my colour chart correctly identified car number 8 of Danny Lewington? Is this going to happen? Are we going to hit a 1-for-1? Is it car 8? No, it's car 3. It's car 3 who thinks he's in yellow. So it's Callum McLaughlin who thinks he's yellow. That's gone well. So that officially is yellow. I got green. That's the problem, you see. Black, white. Okay, yeah, I can see that, yeah. We call that yellow rather than flory green. It's a kind of a 50-50, isn't it, really, where your eyes are working with a colour environment. Are they doing the one tank of fuel race and the Super Bowl? I don't know. I'm going to tell you what else they're going to do. To be honest, I will nip out, perhaps even after this next heat, and have a quick word with Jim about what else they're doing later. Because there are normally, as you say, a couple of funny finals at the end of the day. So this is McLaughlin, who's leading after 2 laps. Obviously, it's qualifying, as you know. The way qualifying works, everyone has their own individual 5-minute section, and unlike an electric qualifying, they don't even start close. It's just where the buzzer goes. You could have half a second before you start your 5 minutes, or it could be even 45 seconds, but it's long. As you can see, these laps are very long. You know, people are taking a while to get them done. Morning, everybody from Ontario and Canada. Bob's RC. Hello, Ontario, Canada. Jimmy Hobby. Hart's been a better choice for RCGP. Don't know if I agree with that. They're both very good tracks. I think because the weather was lovely, Hart's would have been fine. But the worry very much with Hart's was it rains. This track is not so usable as the multi-surface at Nemo, of course. Where's the Truggy go and Heat 9? Heat 9 is Truggy. We're currently on Heat 4. Just nipping up the inside there. So they've obviously noticed that Callum's one of the quicker ones in this particular heat. With a kiss on the pipe. So you got the inside. This is quite good because he's not being held up by the slightly slower traffic. But he's being held up by being upside down. Oh, well done. Well done indeed. Off and then back right round again. Okay, wait for the next one to come into your left, Ash. Oh, he's done that, you see. So now I have to stand up quicker. It's the 9 with the purple and the blue. It's the 9 of Carl Chillingsworth. Currently scored. No, it's not because it's the wrong heat. It's the number 9 of Rob Cockcroft because he's in heat 4, but it's Carl Chillingsworth is in heat 5. Oh, 2 goes on that cherry. So, Marshall trottles on. Just go get that white car ahead of him. A little bit of a switch there as he's had a minor curse to the commentator. I wasn't really saying anything much at the time. Oh, there's a little battle here, isn't there? Sorry, Cockcroft not letting himself be outdone by the white car. Who is the white car? Oh, that's close. So the white one is actually the 7 of Charlie Tomlinson, and there's upside down machine there. Tomlinson went wide, and he's got himself unfortunately a bit of traffic, which is never great for qualifying. And we are now on the last laps. So this once he gets this one round, he'll have finished his 3rd qualifying heat. It's 5 rounds of qualifying, 3 at the count. And just a few corners to go, up and over the top of the circuit, round the second bank corners. Two top left and bottom right are both heavily banked. That makes it much easier to get around. They go much faster, and that is the race finished. Well, the race for his qualifying finished. So most people are finished now, so it gives me a chance to do my housekeeping, which involves changing the number to 5. Normally have this automatically fired at one of Stefan's fantastic stuff. This is all very manual. Look at that. How manual can one man be? No, you don't get annoyed now. Don't take extra laps. That's not on. Right, I'm going to be leaving for a second. I'm going to ask what the bonus finals are later in the day. Let's find out. So. So a bit of track work going on, as you can see. They've had a conversation with timing, and they say there are some special finals at the end of the day, but they haven't told me which one they are. Apparently they've got a selection, but they're going to split them across today and tomorrow, and haven't quite well, they haven't told me, haven't decided perhaps what's going to go on. It's quite exciting, really, isn't it? Just don't know what's happening, what finals we're going to get. It's so exciting. Bob's RC loves how the track has different services. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Bob, most UK circuit. Here's Jim. Now, tell me, Jim, you have to shout at me. What are the special finals today?
We have reverse track.
Oh, right, okay.
We're going to run the track in reverse.
Does that work?
We'll find out.
Does reverse track
It's
work?
gonna be
Who
great.
knows? Well, that's good.
We have 2 people, 1 controller.
2 people, 1 controller. Excellent. That's the throttle and 1 person on throttle, 1 person on steering.
And we have the longest tank race.
And the longest tank. Okay, so it's like one of each and...
Yeah, so 2 10-minute finals, and the longest tank will probably be 18 minutes or something.
2 10 minutes and a longest tank. Well, that's always fun. Super stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Jim. We have that's what's happening. So qualifying ends about 4. What time are they going to start?
5:30 qualifying ends, and then the start.
Is it? Not according to no, but if I go on to here, no, it's currently saying that the qualifying finishes at...
5:30. No, that's got no time in between it.
Right. 5:30 qualifying is going to finish. Okay. That explains a bit.
Your schedule?
No, I've got one of these.
Your schedule.
Thank you. Well, so it's 5:30 qualifying finishes apparently, and then we have some funny finals, and then I have to buy Ash some tea for what he wants. It's quite sad on his phone, probably just using Instagram or something. Here we go. There we go. Right.
So we are heat 5, round 3, so it should be 12:56. I don't know what time is now.
Excellent. It's actually the time is currently near 1 o'clock with 3 minutes behind. Nightmare. Actually, we're not. We're okay. We're thinking. Right, so I've got a schedule now. Okay, so yes, so the last heat finishes at about 5:20, and then the amusing finals start at 5:30. So it's non-stop entertainment. So we don't provide you with that at all times. Big up from Jim, Jamie2 UK. So yes, I now have this is great. I'm slowly getting everything I need, like a schedule, some idea of what's going on. So heat 5, that features Ashley Evans, David Rose, George Coleman, Michael Shorey, Nathan McLaughlin, Barry Carroll, James Clifford, Peter Van Tonder, Carl T. Cheesworth is in this one. Craig Russell, Darren Keepan, Torben Lundberg, and Chris Carlisle are your runners and riders. Okay, it's starting really, so let's see. I'll take it, I'm not sure it's first one. He might actually start the lap. Let's see, 10, 9, 8, 7. Oh, no, yep, no. Yeah, you have the green one. The green one, you can have the green one. Well, no, you can't. Can you? Is he going to start? Yes, he is. Okay, first lap for counting for car number 5 of Nathan McLaughlin. Because we don't need to have another non-counting lap. So McLaughlin comes onto one of the many sort of small tiled sections. Oh no, you've changed. Why have you changed again? You're on the car and you changed it. Shocking. I can't get the staff. He's professional as well. That's car 6 now. Honestly. This is Barry Carroll. Are you going to change now again? Just because I've got them and I know what I'm doing? No? No, God, honestly. So Carolyn now going around the hanger section. Not hanger straight, the coat hanger. A little short jump for the big mushroom on the inside. Sort of ripples rather than, these are double, but they are sort of ripple rather than whee, as you would have in some of the more three-dimensional tracks, certainly in the States. A little bit. You've got to be careful at the speed you carry there, because you can do what happened for Barry there. You just slide off and that's it. You have gone. Well, the person behind him was slightly catching up upside down, so that makes it a lot easier. That's a difficult one. It's up and down and turn at the same time. So you've got to go take a light jump over that hump before braking heavily for the left-hander. Just looking there to see what the ambient noise was like. Can you follow Torben? Oh, right, hang on. Can you follow Peter Van... Oh, I've got 2 requests here. Right, hang on. Right, the first one is Peter Van Tander, car number 8. Right, okay, this is our first attempt to try and find something. Car number 8. Oh, hang on, I've got a colour card. Well, I've got a colour code. Car number 8 is the one car that hasn't written his colours down. Oh, Peter. 13. 12, going underneath me now. 1. It's going well, isn't it? Is the unwritten rule that when you're looking for a car, it's the last one that comes past you. 5. And 11. This is an impressive lack of the right car. I'm loving the work there from Ash. 6. 7. Told you. You can, right. Car beneath now, the orange car going down the main straight is car 8. That is Peter Van Tander, as requested by Paul Tapsell. And he heard the visual heartache of trying to find that car. He hadn't bothered writing down his colours. So hopefully Peter can reward you with some outstanding racing. Well, qualifying. So Van Tander up on the high land slap. Up on the high banks. Okay, Ash, if you can pick up the green and white car that's just come off the banking at the far end. It's just about to turn on the AstroTurf and come towards you. Green and white car. You can hear me, Ash? Okay, so green and white car. It's the 12 car. He's now right out the far end of the track. He's about to go around the coat hanger. Oh, he hit the coat hanger. That's not him. You need to move forward 2. Move forward 2. I think you should put the ear defenders on, mate. And there he comes. This is Torben. As requested by Jamin2 UK. So just the last few seconds, the last lap for Torben. With the like team, 2 brothers, mum and dad. Had a chat with them, RCGP. They've been interviewed on Facebook for the next week or so, I think, or the next couple of weeks, the chat we had with them over at the RCGP at Nemo a few weeks ago. Go, 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 Torben, says Jamin2 UK. Well, he's gone, and he's finished. Oh, no, yes, he has finished. Yes, finished. It looks like 8th for Torben in this heat. And that is heat 5 of round 3 in the books. So let's go to heat 6, which is the next one. You're surprised there, Paul Tapsell and Jamin2 UK. If it decides not to request people, it's fine. Just no one had done it beforehand and completely caught me out. Jamin2 UK, what a lovely family, referring to the likes. No, they're very nice people. Indeed. I think they're out in a camper van or putting a caravan and racing everywhere. I can see a drone sweeping over the track. So heat 6 next, which is Mike Williams, Glenn Lindsay, Aaron Knights, Gary Gregory, Matt Locke, Jack Ritchie, Holger Light, so one of the brothers, Caden Stenhouse, Charles Godwin, Chris Long, Keith Harris, Jim Thompson, Jim himself's in there, and James Clark are your runners and riders on this one. So they come out, walk across. What's the other camera doing? That's the other view of the coat hanger. So a minute and 10 till they get going. Any requests for this one? You have a chance to recognise them before I end up going, oh no, I'm going to find these people. The tin of Lynx body spray in here. I don't think it belongs to either. Are you a Dark Temptation Lynx man, Ash? No, he's not. Not at all. No. It's fresher for longer, by the way. So if you need some deodorant, by the way, if anyone needs some deodorant and is at the Hearts RC, for some reason there seems to be some deodorant handed in. The odd thing is, I have 3 things by me. I have a network connector, and then I have a Lynx deodorant and a massive padlock. So I'm kind of wondering why you'd need to padlock up your Lynx deodorant. Now, questions perhaps you shouldn't ask too much. Little packet of something here. What's this? Something else got down to. What are they? Oh, I see. There's screws. There's a lot of screws and things around here. We're in the area, the old timing hut here, which used to be where all the, and it's now obviously the centre for all the bits and bobs to keep the track repaired. So there's lots of washers and springs and nuts and bolts. It's marvellous. Okay, it's about 4 seconds to go, so you can choose that second car, the orange one coming underneath you now. And that is the orange car of number 6. And number 6 in Heat 6 is Jack Ritchie from DART. John Gree says, Jim, follow Jim. Well, we'll have this one first, and then we'll bit of love here, and then we'll have a quick shufti at the man who makes it all happen, Jim Thompson, in the 12. But then we're currently with the 6 of Jack Ritchie. I've got Chris Long as well, okay. Right. Jim Thompson's orange, isn't he? Orange and yellow. Okay, that's one car. That's fine. So we now need to find car number 12 is our next victim, if I can find him. Oh, there he is, down the main straight now. Yellow wing. And he is already picked up by Ash on the camera. So this is Jim Thompson, man behind Hearts Nitro Model Club, and the track here, and obviously also the careful, and also of course the model shop that is associated. This is a whole kind of model complex now down the farm. Effectively, it's got a tent circuit behind me, and this is the 8th track, and they've also got the shop just around the corner. So it's a sort of a RC racer's dream. Now, I haven't forgotten about Chris Long in Dublin, and we'll have him before the end of this one. Flames, apparently. Blimey. I have flames. Jim, little 2 bites of the cherry to get that one in, wasn't it? Basically. I'm sure we made a slight cock up here. So here's our victim. Is this 12? Yes, it is Jim. Right, so now I need to find... Right, so it's 10 of Chris Long. Chris Long is flames and green, I say. I can see flames and greens there. And I'm assuming that's in. Because I'm scouting Mr. Long. Okay, when he goes past, let him wait for him and let him go. Sorry, let him go, Ash. And the next one is the flames and green, which is the 3rd, I think, of the cars to go past you. 3rd car past you now, Ash. That should be Chris Long, and it is. There we go. Oh, no, it's not. Just 10. There's lots of flames going on, aren't there? Anyway, that should have been who it was. 6. 10, that's it, yeah, 10 is right, yeah, Chris Long, 10. I'm happy again now. I'll get my heat numbers and my car numbers mixed up. But green and flames is pretty much, you know, what that car is. Caden Stenhouse leading this one. From Richie and Locke. Jim Thompson in 4th, not by far. Ooh. Go to the fast banked corner. Good use made of the available circuit area here at Hearts. I mean, you've got a little bit of topography. They've used that bank to the right hand side well, and they built up the traffic, built up the track at the left hand far end. They've managed to get a good deal of undulations and bumps and things. So it's turned into a nice little circuit here. A few miles outside of London to the north. So last few seconds to go. Chris, who we're following, actually was the first person to cross the line. So he must be one of the first people over the line. It's only a couple of seconds after the official timing ended. So Chris has completed his run. I'll get a little slap of it. Don't go an extra lap. Don't do more laps. What else have we got in this exciting world of stuff that's left here? We've got raffle tickets. Perhaps I can raffle the links off. I think £5 a strip for the links. I think, I don't know. So I've got raffle tickets, links, and a padlock. So any suggestions what I can do with the raffle tickets, links, and the padlock would be much appreciated. I've also got a massive car battery by my feet as well. That's more obvious. And a lot of face masks, historical requirement face masks. So that's 6 finished, which means that next up will be heat 7. So I'm very good at this counting up. got line marking paint. No nonsense line marking paint, like, you know. So they make no nonsense line marking paint. By definition, therefore, there must be nonsense line marking paint. Maybe none of your nonsense line marking paint. I want no nonsense line marking paint. Will appear to be the difference. So heat 7 will be next out. And good morning from the USA, BJ Williams. How are you doing? One of our regular listeners and viewers. We've got Liam Brocklehurst in 1, Daniel Austin in 2, Dave Shedd in 3, Carl Jackson in 4, Simon Turner in 5, Michael Waller in 6, Darren Warburton in 7, Chris Grimes in 8, Sean Gregson in 9, Ricky Cooper in 10, John Nile in 11, Toby Nichol in 12, Chris Smith in 13, and Mike Craddock in 14. Which is a slight issue because, as you can probably see, we've only got 13 slots on our timing bar. So the person in 14th, just guess what time they've got. So lots of revving. So this obviously gets more exciting now. People getting a bit revvier. It's nice to have you all with us. Yo, Bob's RC obviously knows BJ Williams. They've kind of yo'd each other. Hey. Hey, how are yo? Interesting. So we got a request from Lee Maggs. For some reason they held that. I wonder what part of Can You Follow Car 1 Please Liam Brocklehurst was picked up by the auto hold bot for messaging. Doing okay, Nick, this is B. Williams, ready for some amazing Worlds coverage in a couple of weeks, but we'll do our best. It is shaping up to be a massive event, so it should be exciting. Got a 4-man team going out to the Worlds, plus lots of guests. So there's me, Matt, Frank, and a new guy called Ricardo going out. But we're going to have Lefty, Keenan doing some work with us. We're going to have the man, the myth, the legend, JQ doing some stuff with us. Hopefully a blast from the past, and it will also be coming on to Phil Mortstead, hoping from E-buggy Phil, maybe there. And we are intending on talking to as many of the drivers as possible. We're going to pull the drivers up to have a conversation with us in our virtual studio. So yeah, there's a lot of the qualifying is a little bit on the, there's lots of rounds where it's people banging their way through. And we'll try and make it a good conversational piece while also giving you lots of action to see. That's the plan. Whether it happens, who knows? No, it will happen. It will happen, honestly. Trust me. Trust me, we'll make it happen. So 45 seconds to go. Ideally, we need to find car 1 of Liam Brocklehurst, who hasn't put down his coloration of his car, which is very naughty and will result in him being taken outside and spoken very, very roughly to by a particularly aggressive Rottweiler I recently met. And it looks like Ash may have spotted him. He's got the kind of look of a man who knows where car number 1 is. Which is good, because I have no idea where it is. I've done this thing again. Literally, I've sat down. It's really weird how you can sit for hours and the car never comes by. There is a possibility he hasn't put his numbers on, obviously, which is a little bit irritating. Also, Ash has got better eyes than me. He hasn't found him yet. 7, 3, 3. What blooming hell is he? Is he even taking part, car 1? This is a new record for staring at nothing. There he is. He's in the grey car. Span as he went across the line. So this is car 1, Lee Maggs. No, car 1 of Liam Brocklehurst, as requested by Lee Maggs. Bob's RC says, I love the multi-terrain track. Maybe a loose gravel section. Because it would be. The problem is the loose gravel gets blown off really quickly by the car, so it would be very quickly they get down to grip because the loose gravel would get spun off by the grip and the tyres. So, remember we did years and years ago, there was a World Championship for electric at Romsey, I think 1987, I think it was. And they had a warm-up, and the track was shale, a lot of it, which is the stuff which, if you know, is what speedway tracks used to be. And the top surface was very loose, and they spent, well, they swept the loose stuff back on the surface every single heat to make it loose again, because they're getting, this is years ago, where cars weren't anything like as powerful or grip as they are now. For the actual World Championship, they decided it wasn't a particularly useful idea and didn't do it. Every single time they had a slippy track, but they then decided for the Worlds to just let the thing get whooshed off and you could grip. But it's a very long time ago.
Cameraman needs it. He ain't had a drink for ages. Shall I take my drink up there? The cameraman. Is this up there? He ain't had a drink for ages.
So good. Hang on a second.
I'll get the water out through.
Some help for the for Ash. Doesn't know that I'm going to make Ash go and get all the food in a minute. He's happy about food. Anyone else want to see? No, let's have a look. Right, so this is Mags. He's had half the race. It's right over the far right-hand side of the track. So it's as far away from the main camera as he can be. Just about, as you see, just exiting the area of the hangar, which I missed dramatically there with my camera work, which is camera cutting. Looking quite nice, that one. Just when you get past, just drop back one to the car behind him, which is the 10 car. Of Ricky Cooper. Running second. They're actually running first and second in this heat at the moment. So Cooper, I think, well, actually no, Carl Jackson's was running a bit behind them. So they're running towards the front anyway. So this is Cooper. Max Diaz, thank you as well. What we'll do, I think, on the next lap, let's count the surface changes. It has a lot of surface. Once there's 3 or 4 different surfaces, there's a lot of surface changes. So come on here, and you start off with tile, and then 1 onto dirt. That's a different type of dirt at the bank, but I shouldn't really count it. That's the second one. That's a different. That's 3rd, 4th. That's 5. That's 6. That's 6 surface changes already. There's a long oiled dirt section here. So that's, and then you go 7, 8, 9. There's 9 separate surface changes from A to B to C. That bank is actually a different surface to the mud. It's a kind of a built-up bit of concrete to hold it in place. So Cooper, we're watching, is one of the fastest. It kind of moves about, of course, because if you're an earlier person within the running order, you kind of get clicked off a little bit before the other one. So, for example, Carl Jackson's a bit further back on the lap, but actually is a couple of seconds faster than Cooper. In fact, Darren Warburton also actually is a little bit faster too. But he's a long way further back around the lap. He'll be finishing his lap, his race, probably over half a minute after this man here. He's got one more lap to go. We'll be finishing his. So we had it confirmed, of course. We have some fun races at the end of this qualifying, which will be 5:30 UK time, of course. We've got one man, 2 throttles, or 2 people. So 2 people, one on a... They're going to do a reversed race first for 10 minutes, which should be interesting. For no other reason, I don't even know the track works in reverse. Then they're going to do a one car, 2 men, or 2 people, sorry. So one guy, gal, woman, or whatever, on the throttle, and one whatever on steering. And then after that, they're going to have a longest tank competition. That isn't where you just measure a Panzer tank against a Chieftain tank. That's who can go furthest on a tank of fuel. And there should be about 703 cars out for that. And then we all get very confused about what's going on. It gets incredibly confusing. But it is a laugh, to be honest. So I'd assume those will be finished about 6:30. So there we go with heat 7. So that's 7 over. Thank you, Ash. I see I'm stealing my own thunder then. He said that's 7 over. Next up is 8 on him. Damn, he knows. The man knows. So a few minutes before heat 8 gets off and running. I'm not quite sure the cars in the bottom of the screen there. There's 7s finishing or 8 starting. I think there's 7s finishing. So this is the top heat of buggy coming up. Now, as heat 9 is, of course, the Truggy heat. So that'll be the end of the round. So heat 9, we have Max McDonnell in 1, Maxim Cook in 2, Billy Grindley in 3, John Hales in 4, Josh Graham in 5, Dylan Saunders in 6, Kevin Brunsden in 7, Tiana Craddock in 8, Tara Craddock in 9, Jamie Clancy in 10, Simon Reeves in 11, Darren Hayden Ball in 12, Lewis Jones in 13, and Eric Like in 14 are your team out there for this one. So I think that Clancy is possibly the favourite. I haven't had a look at how qualifying's been going, but I would have thought that Clancy's the favourite. Having actually won a national earlier this year. Not that long ago, actually. I think a few weeks ago he won a national. So the marshals reconvene as we wait for heat 8 to be called to order. So track open for heat 8. Minute to go. Oh, he's got an energy drink. Where's an energy drink from? Man gave it to you, did he? He seems to give you water. He's giving you Red Bull. You're never going to sleep now. I got water as well and Red Bull. Never going to sleep now, are you? Up all night, Ash will be powering away on his caffeine fueled. Would you like some Lynx deodorant? Because you're probably sweating as well. Yes, he wants the Lynx. Now he's had the Red Bull. He wants the Lynx, obviously, really. Goes without saying. Okay, no seconds to go. Names all changed. Just pick up the next car that goes past you, which I think is going to be this white and orange car by the looks of it. Which I see who we're going to get first. Here he comes. It is the number 1, straight top of the shop, Max McDonald. Onto the AstroTurf, up and down in front of them. Big single, land it. And this is a tricky sort of, you aren't anything like as fast as you can because it's that left-hander where you've got to make it without sliding into the outer reach of it because it's got a nice bit oiled section centrally and you go wide and it's all dirty and unpleasant. So McDonald makes his way through the coat hanger for the first time. And back down towards himself, round past the mushroom. I don't think he's the fastest, only because I think the car behind him is gaining on him. So, not quite sure how people got their numbers, but it's been pre-qualifying. So there's McDonald over for a lap in a second. Go with the blue car, it's gone past him. And that is the 10 of Jamie Clancy. So he's actually, 10 is Jamie's obviously one of the favourites for this one. So Clancy, associated driver. 43.8 on his first lap. Hazelwood second, Brunson third. Lewis Jones now, and one of the locals in there as well. So second lap for Clancy. There's a 44 again. That's the outside of the AstroTurf. Dip it round and through. Very much a kind of a flow track this. There's no great speed, but you've got a lot of jumps, corners, and you need to get your head absolutely in the game because realistically that whole section you're doing stuff and you get a little bit, well, not even really here because it's a jump turn, you get a tiny little break down this bit of the straight here. If we back off, stay tight, because that's very good from Clancy, and then there, you get that little tiny break there, and that's it. It's a very, very intensive circuit. Things go on the whole time in the 43, 44 second laps we see these top guys doing. So, float. That's easy. It's just easy, isn't it? You just it's flowing really nicely, just overshot, and you then lose half a second there. It's one of those tricky tracks. Okay, let's wait there, Ash, and we'll take. Who's this next car? Yeah, take the next car. That's the 7 of Kevin Brunson. Kevin, of course, who won the RC2 race over at RCGP a couple of weeks ago at Nemo. Oh, that's all over there. That wasn't very happy suspension-wise, was it? Brunson's still using the older version of the Agama with the shock towers. The new lay down front and rear car coming out quite soon. Certainly time for Christmas. But in time to have a production version for the Worlds, I don't know. Been suffering a little bit of 3D parts and some of it. So it's He's showing us Taro Craddock in second. Oh, and that's not going to do Brunson any good at all, is it? Going out the top end there. Total Aussie Pro's back for a while. Wants to test some pan cars, 112. Electric. Do you know much about these cars? Well, they are Nitro off-road 1/8 scale. I think maximum weight's about 3 kilograms. 3.5 cc, 0.21 of a cubic inch engines, running in this country on 16% nitro. The rest is kind of a castor oil and methanol mix. Producing around about 2.5, 2.6 horsepower in this more flexible state of tune. The track cars will whack out 3 in a bit, but they are very peaky. Need a lot more torque. If you go to, oh, Kevin, it was going well to that point. You need a lot more torque on these cars, of course. Even the two-stroke isn't the most torquey thing to begin with, so getting some of it will help. Getting the right drive out of corners, drive out at low speeds. But that's Brunson should be finished now. He is, and it's Clancy who looks like his one. I'm looking for him to go round. It looks like Clancy's took this one, and therefore taken the round. Craddock, Hazelwood, Brunsden, Maxim, Cook, all there as well. So qualifying. Okay, so it's Dylan Sanders who's currently topping qualifying after 3 rounds. Because he just won this one, didn't even notice that. He just came through from nowhere and won it. So Sanders won that one. Clancy and then Brunson. So the overall at the moment is Dylan Sanders. Oh, I'm not sure they've actually updated this one yet. I'll get too ahead of myself. Yeah, it looks like it is. This round, it was Clancy from Saunders from Clancy. But the overall qualifying appears to be, yeah, I'm waiting for just to reset. Dylan Sanders from Damien Clancy, from Kevin Brunsden, from Lewis Jones, from Taro Craddock, from John Hazelwood, Simon Reed, Eric Like, Josh Graham, and Darren Hayden Ball, Billy Grinley, and Darren Webb. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 12 of your runners and riders. So that was the end of Heat 8. Which means that Heat 9 is next, and that is the Truggy Heat. The Truggy Heat. What more could anyone want than a Truggy Heat? Big up to Billy Grinley, says Jamming 2R UK. Well, big up to him as well, that's what I say too. Right. So in the Truggy Heat, we have Keith Harris, with or without. I've done this joke every year, haven't I? But the Orville joke, with or without Orville. James Baxter in 2, Chris Smith in 3, Chris Carlisle in 4, Tony Vaboom in 5, John Nile in 6, Paul Fitzpatrick in 7, Matt Bridge in 8th, Glenn Lindsay in 9, Caden Stenhouse in 10, and Peter Van Tonder in 11. And I've done that bit with your voice where it sounds like you've finished the names. And then there's a 12th name. So I've got Peter Van Tonder in 11th. Oh, and also starring Luca Pini in 12th. So there will be 12. And I can see him smoking away. What was quite good, what we've had historically here at the HERTS GP, we've had a bit of a mixture. So we've had some people, we've had a situation where we've had a couple of E-Truggies in with the Nitro Truggies. They're very, very similar in pace. And they actually, when they get to the final, they make the E-Truggies do a fake pit stop See, they are all fuel powered. I think straight off. I think the first one isn't. No, the first one coming down is. So we've got one electric one there. We've got two electric ones. That's a nitro. That's a nitro. 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 Oh, there's more nitros than anything else. I think that's no, it's nitro. I think there's a couple of electrics. 3 I go for. Might be four. It's a big mix. It's a mix of nitro and electric. It's big up RCTV. Oi Savaloy. Indeed, indeed. I wouldn't mind a Savaloy actually. As we'll get after this heat, we're going to we'll go quiet for a bit because I'm going to need to go and sort out some food and stuff. I'm not sure what Ash wants for food. I'm sure he'll stick it in some sort of messaging to me of what he wants in food. It's probably coming as we speak. Does he want another burnt sandwich? Who knows? He hasn't sent it. He's obviously not hungry. Hasn't sent me anything. Okay, right. So here we go. Last heat of this round. Well, I've got something now. What do you think Ash wants to go with his exciting... no more burnt sandwiches. Not sure yet. No. Be chips, won't it? Right, okay. It's Truggy fun now, as they say. We're doing first one. Oh, no. There you go. You got a car up. I don't know who you got then. I've missed it. Got the second one doing that. I think you got the 4. I think it's an electric one. That's the Chris Carlisle machine. Now, the only way you can really tell is there's no smoke coming out, but you can't always see the smoke. It's whether there's a big flat panel with no engine. Oh, it's got an engine, isn't it? That has got an engine, that one. If it is the 4. And by engine, I mean nitro engine. So 2 things to work out. Is it the 4? Has it got an engine? It's broken, whatever it is, and it's a 4. And it hasn't, so it's electric. So the 4 is electric. As they would say, you know, in Oasis, she's electric. Diddly 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 din 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 din. Oh. That's an interesting handling machine. If interesting is another word for not particularly pleasant. That all went quite badly wrong, didn't it? Let's reanalyze what happened there. So it's all going well for car 4 of Chris Carlisle. He comes this way, goes offline a bit, and then he's facing the wrong way, and then 2 more victims turn up at the same time. One's upside down, one hit the first one, and then they all scoot away like, ha! We're free! Okay, so yeah, we need to let this man go. Just pick up the car behind him, the big white one, and that is the big Truckosaurus, number 11. That's a nitro one, so we've I think that's only fair to mix and match the nitro and the. Oh, this is Peter Van Tonder again. Peter's back out there, the Van Tonder man, with his bright white Truggy. Yeah, you see the smoke off that one, you see it helps. Ooh. So everyone Tonda down the main straight. A little bit of oversteer there. Saw the rear end stepping out as he went up and over the bank corner. Oh. Big old things, Truggies. Never quite taken off as it did in the States. And even in the States, of course, they're not as popular as they were. But actually, the E-Truggy is quite popular, apparently. But spectacular things to watch. And apparently quite nice to drive. You can have a slightly bigger engine in these than the if you've got a Nitro engine. I think you can go up to 0.28 cubic inches, which is another half a cc. I think it takes to 4.5 cc. I think it's because the early HPI trucks were 4.5 cc, and they were obviously wanted to bring everything into the class. So Van Tonda, man in front of him, going a bit slower. Man behind, I'd say, is slightly bit quicker. 20 seconds to go. So is he going to get one? Well, he'll get one more minute because he didn't cross the line. That's probably getting ahead. I didn't actually want to be on the track. I've just driven past it. Here we go. Oh. So here's one more lap. There's a bit of a row with that green car, isn't it? Green and purple car. They've kind of got each other. Well, not actively got each other's way. Just a kind of an alternate accident hasn't really helped. Okay, we're going to be going quiet for a few minutes after this one because we need to get some food and drinks. I think there is actually a break. Okay, so that's the end of that first round. Okay, so we're going to have a quick break now and try and get some victuals. Back with you in a few minutes. Well, the cameras will be up and you'll see the cars going around, but we won't be talking for a bit. Hello, William. Right, so we are suitably repasted and fed, and it's nice to be back with you all again. We are now into the meat of round number 4 of 5. And having a bit of fun with that yellow car, which is the number 3 of... At this point I need to have a piece of paper in the right order. This is William Carolin. Just around the last few seconds of heat 3. For heat 4. Kind of runs that way. Oops, it's upside down there, that doesn't help. So he came back and William fell over. Not great. Had a very nice burger, thank you, by the way. Just a bit of lunch. So we're with you now until the end of the day. And there is a... the heats are going to end about 20 past 5, so there's another round and a half to go. And that'll finish about 20 past 5. There's a break between round 4 and round 5. And then we had the fun races, which are, I think as we said before, we got a fun race which is the track going the wrong way, so reversing the track. Then we've got another fun race which is one person, one car, 2 people, so it's one person on steering, oh dear, one person on steering and one person on throttle. And then we have the longest tank, which could go on forever. And there they all are, waiting to get ready for heat 4. So heat 4 is Vincent Venule, Sam Cobley, Callum McLaughlin, Oliver Natris, Luke Bennett, Alex Page, Charlie Tomlinson, Dan Lewington, Rob Cockcroft, James Baxter and Alan Bridgman. That banner underneath the driver's stand seems to cover just about every single logo of every single RC supplier in the world. So, well, probably about 3 years ago. Probably JQ Racing doesn't exist anymore. Been subsumed into my Arco. Not age. I don't know. That was a weird announcement. I'm not sure what it was. Okay, there's a track repair going on. Where's the track repair going on, Matt? Ash? Show us those men repairing the track. A track repast or a track repair. Is that Terry Wogan? No, a track repair. There's a hammer and a man and some pointing. Have they finished the track repair? That's the exciting question. I don't know what the exciting answer is, obviously, but have they finished the track repair is the exciting question. Or was there another one? Another one demanding some extra big mallet action. No. No, I'm thinking about it. The question is, what's actually broken on the track to require repairing? No, nothing. It's open. Okay. Car's coming up for the warm-up. Yes, that's probably what it was, but what was the problem? Something's banging it back in around the... So a minute and 17 before they actually get rolling. This is all just warm-up. Okay. So, if there's anybody you want us to cover or show, just come onto the YouTube chat. You'll have to subscribe. You're going to subscribe afterwards. You have to subscribe, have a quick chat with us, and we'll try and cover that person on that heat. Obviously, as I think I said before, there's a kind of a situation where you need to remember the delays, but apart from that, it's okay. The malaise are the delays. There we go. So I don't know who this is, but as soon as they come past the line, I will shout their name from the heavens. They are red and grey, which is a good start. And they are car number... Oh, I don't know. That was 5, I think it was. Let's have a look. Car 5. Perhaps not. Yeah, no, this is the problem. You don't put enough numbers in your cars. So it's very much a Kyo show. It's all Kyo show adverts and no numbers. And the wing? My first guess is Luke Bennett, but that's not the right colours. He reckons he's orange, green, something and black. There's no green on that one. It's not 5. Oh, well, excitement now is to follow the car and find out who it actually is. This is just thrill a second. It's definitely a Kyo show. It's got the biggest Kyo show stickers in the history of Kyo show stickers. Oh, it's 1. It's car 1. That was a bad misread from me. Vincent Venule. So Vincent. Can I get 5 and 1 mixed up? That's bad even for my eyesight. Anyway, so we need to know who it is. It's Vincent. His first lap was a 53 flat. It's not looking like there's much flow to Vincent's car, to be honest. He's driving... Seems quite edgy, doesn't it? Taking a couple of goes at each corner. Oh, no, got it. No, yes, maybe. There we go. It's over the line. Let's leave Vincent and just wait at your starting point, Ash. Oh, we picked up someone else, have we? We're now. We're the lead of those green... No, second of the green cars. Right, okay. It's exciting. What number is this? Again, not enough numbers on the car. And the other number on the wrong side. Excellent. excellent numerage there. It's, I think it might be 11. Could be 11, which is supposedly Alan Bridgman. So I think it's 11. And it is green, so it's a good start. But the 11 car is also green. Makes everything much easier when you've actually got the starting colour correct. Oh. Here he comes. Is it 11? Is it 11? Is it 11? No, it's a different car entirely. It's 8. Was the other one 11? I was right. The other one was 11, but that one's 8. So the leading car was 8, and no, it was 11. So 8 is Danny Lewington. So we're actually on Danny Lewington at the moment. The other green car in the in that trail was the 11, but really unimportantly now because he's not on camera. So Lewington currently actually scored last, which is a bit of a surprise. You can only assume he's the person who's literally last person across the line. Oops, that doesn't help though. That might explain it. That's what irritating. It's a tiny error, and suddenly you are losing so much time because none of these cars have reverse. So a minute error, and that's caused the problem. Heat 4 here, round 4. Oh, yes, no. Well, it's a different way of doing a couple of laps, isn't it, really? You kind of just... Oh, dear, things aren't going well for anybody up there, are they? Another way of putting it, the things just aren't going well up there. Time up on this one. No more lap, though. Okay. So the laps are ticking down. Go with the carpet section. So Lewington. A little bit of a struggle around this one, isn't it, really? But he's going to get to the end. That's what counts. It's the mushroom he was parked against for a while, a couple of laps back. And there he goes. Bang, 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 bang. Over the line. And asked to pull off immediately, which he hasn't done. Everyone bar Alan Bridgman's finished this one. Winner, Oliver Natras of Heat 4. So, next up, obviously, will be Heat 5. Yeah, I think there's a few people who are taking an extra lap when they shouldn't, to be honest. So, for Heat 5, we have Ashley Evans in 1, David Rose in 2, George Coleman in 3, Michael Shorey in 4, Nathan McLaughlin in 5, Barry Carolan in 6th, James Clifford in 7th, Peter Van Tonder in 8th, Carl T. Chingsworth in 9, Craig Russell in 10, Darren Keeble in 11, Torben Lundberg in 12, and Chris Carlisle, car number 13. So, weirdly uneven heats here. So you go 12, 13, 11, 13, 13, 14, 14. So I assume that Heat 4 lost a couple of entries at some point. Because it's oddly depopulated as such. Minute 30 to go. So about a minute this one to go. Rimfire, howdy, BJ Williams and Bob's RC. If I remember correctly, you call it rallycross in the UK EU. Seems to have been more popular in the States. Most racing states is on one type of service and it's reflected. I think that's what is reflected. Yeah, it was called rallycross actually. It's called the rallycross section. In fairness, actually, RC racing as a whole most openly reflects rallycross from full-scale racing. In fact, it's arguable which came first. But the Christmas tree finals, the A, B, C, D sort of situation, that's very much something you find in rallycross. As do the timed runs and the qualifying through. So it actually is RC racing most closely replicates rallycross within all of the motorsports. Here we go. And the first car to fall under our camera's victimhood. Car number 7 of James Clifford. Currently going backwards and forwards in front of his own eyes on the rostrum. A couple of people have still not started. It's amazing how long it takes them to all to run through. Just as a clue, let's wait for the last person to cross the line. So look how far round the lap already James is, and it's only just now that Chris Carlisle has started. So you can see the big spread you get with this style of qualifying starting. And there we are, upside down. It's going well to that point. Reasonable piece of marshalling there. Back on his wheels, facing the right way. Coming towards us, past the big mushroom, onto this tiny patch of carpet. AstroTurf. And there you go down the straight. Let him go when he goes down the straight and just take the next one past you, Ash, if he ever gets past you. Oh, it's the light green machine. Number... Oh, jeez. Honestly, put some numbers in the car I can read. I'll have a second bite at it in a second. No number. I think it's 6. I'm going to say 6, because who's going to criticise me? Number 6. If it is number 6, it's Barry Carolan. Rimfire. RC Racing, are you going to be covering the IFMA Worlds in Spain? Yes, we are. We are there. We're flying out there next Monday, so 8 days' time. and we will be covering from Tuesday the World Championships from Redovan. First World Championship course for 4 years after the delay of 2 years for COVID. And of course, it also moved location. It was going to be in the middle of nowhere. Well, I say middle of nowhere, in the middle of Brazil, quite a long way from anywhere we've heard of, but still quite a very large city. But that has been postponed, and it is now in Redovan. And as I understand it, it will go back to Margeninas or another nominated Brazilian track in 2 years' time. So it's just a kind of a swap more than anything else between Famar and Efra. I think the idea was that it would be very much more difficult to get the race going again if it was in the interior of Brazil than it was in Spain. So, you know, people are prepared to travel for that World Championship, but coming out of COVID, going to Brazil was an extra hurdle that didn't need to be there. And it seems to be resolved because obviously we've got all the top Europeans and all the top Americans and the top international drivers are all entered. So, first chance for 4 years, really in any event, to see everyone together on the same track at the same time, doing what they do best. I understand that Redovan has had a big refurb since the warm-up. So, it should be interesting. I mean, Brian Bowder hasn't told me what's going on. I know that someone took some pictures and they're very upset they got out there and they told them to take that down again because they're in the middle of revamping it. Yeah, there has been some complaints it's a permanent circuit, but, you know, it's not really the point of it. It's a World Championship. And then the following week, there's another World Championship. Actually, there's 2 World Championships. One is in Italy, which is the IFMAR 1/10 Electric Touring Car Worlds, which we are also covering as RC Racing TV, but also over in America, the large-scale track, 1/5 large-scale TC Championships are taking part as well. I think it's the same weekend. Which is a bit of a surprise, only because it's kind of out of sync. The 1/5 Worlds would normally be next year, but, you know, everyone's trying to get back to normal again, and they decide they wanted to hold them. That's absolutely fine. It's not my call, it's IFMAR's. And then, of course, later in the year, there is... later in the year, there is a Worlds for 1/10 Nitro, which is taking place in Bangkok in Thailand at I think it's at the huge RC circuit. It's at the Infinity RC circuit. I don't know who's covering that. It may well be Live RC. I'm sure Live RC are doing the 1/5. So I'm not sure who's doing it. It might be Live. It might be a local company. But that will be covered in some way, I'm sure. Rimfire. Is this Nitro Electric? Archie FPV. It's actually both. The one you're watching at the moment, Archie, is actually Nitro. But we've had electric at the start of this round in buggy, and we also have some, and the Truggies that come on Heat 9 are a mixture of both buggy and Truggy. The Truggies that come on in Heat 9 are a mixture of electric and nitro, and it doesn't show how close the cars are. There isn't a huge advantage, which is quite interesting, really, because I would have expected, you know, over a short period of time, for the nitros have an advantage. Rimfires, anyway, we can donate to RC Racing TV. Well, I suppose there is. I think you can donate on YouTube, can't you? I think you can donate on the YouTube. I don't know. We're not really out for donations. Just tell your friends. Yeah, I think YouTube there is a bit, but on the streams you can do a kind of a donation thing. But you know, we've got some sponsors, so it's not a problem. If you want to buy us a coffee, that'd be lovely. But I'm not on that buying you a coffee thing, actually. Bob's RC, look at the driver stands. It's for individual stalls. I like that. Now, there's a very good reason for that, and the reason for that is they revamped it during COVID, and it had to be. You had to split them up individually with just for the COVID rules to get this, because this event we came to in 2020, right in the heart of the COVID storm, and they had done all the correct thing. Thank you, Ash. So it looks like rabbit hutches, but actually they're all individually there. But that wasn't how it always was. That was done in time for COVID, and they've kept it there. I think people probably quite like it, I would think. You've got to see the bloke next to you, could be anything. And And yes, that was done for that, but it gives it a different look. So, no, see the people find out. Oh, it's Jim. Jim's there having a chat with the people. He's leaning out his own protective custody there. Oh, okay, well, Rim Fuzz would be supposed to mod RC did at 1/5 mile. Okay, they're based in California. Cool. As long as someone's doing it, that's all that really matters. Cracks open. So yeah, 1:28 of warm up. I told you this one. Heat 6 is Mike Williams in 1, Glenn Lindsay in 2, Aaron Knights in 3, Guy Ray in 4, Matt Locke in 5, Jack Ritchie in 6, Holger Like in 7, Caden Stenhouse in 8, Charles Goodwin in 9, Chris Long in 10, Keith Harris in 11, Jim Thompson in 12, and James Clark in 13. Those are your runners and riders for this one. Just a minute to go before it starts to count for something. So, here we go. 25 seconds to go. I'm sure Ash will find something exciting to show me. And again, if you've got a friend you want us to show and you get on touch with us in time, we will try and endeavour to stick him on the camera. Otherwise, it's down to the whims of a man with a hat who's had too many Red Bulls. So goodness, I think that next. He's made an absolutely defiant statement about this guy. And Mr. Orange, don't worry, he's not started. He's not driving the track because he doesn't know what he's doing. He's driving off because he's not started yet. He's giving himself some space. Coming down. Oof, coming down, and this is car numero 12. So this is Jim again. We've got Jim Thompson, our erstwhile, not head of the club, isn't he? Really, he's the club chairman, I think. So, and also obviously part of Hearts Models. Thank you, Hearts Models, for sponsoring the event. So we're giving him a little bit extra love. Give Jim some love. Up round onto the coat hanger. A couple of goes at the left hand, the right hander there. Up and over. Pushing on through. So Jim's first lap was a 49.2. Not bad at all. Okay, so he's round the coat hanger for a second time. We kind of have to let these guys change cars, sort of, really, when we get to the part from the camera. Otherwise, I can't see what number it is. We just sit around going, I don't know, who could it be? No idea. Which isn't the greatest way to do things. Okay, take the next car, Ash. And the next car is car number 2. And that is Greg Lindsay. Oh, he's got a name on wing, apparently. Has he? Hard to tell, but it certainly is blue and pink. Where's Greg? Greg's scored in 6th overall at the moment. GP gas power, EP electric power. That is absolutely right. Now, interesting, of course, the gas is kind of interesting because it's the actual gas power cars. The cars that actually use petrol are the large scale ones. So the large scale 1/5 and the large scale 1/6. They use a kind of traditional two-stroke mix that you fire up into a, you know, an old moped or a I don't know, chainsaw or something like that. That is a petrol-based mix with oil. I've had the same thing. You use a go-kart, for example. Whereas these machines are not using any there's no petrol in these cars. There's nitromethane, there's ethanol, there's castor oil, and there's other elements, but it's you know, a completely non-petrol, it's like a petroleum mixture. Electric power on the whole is just electric, and it's provided by batteries. Different types of batteries, obviously. So, Lindsay completes another quite decent lap. Take the next person you can see on your left, Ash. Oh no, so I couldn't get that number. No, go back a couple more. I can't get the number, I'm not doing it. Green car at the back of the pack. It's penultimate in the pack now. It's car number 1, green into yellow, number 1. Yeah, I just want to. Mike Williams. I knew it was Mike Williams all along. So Williams up and over the long patch of AstroTurf. Just watching his car there, it was quite interesting. It's quite interesting if you get these shots of the cars, you can get an idea of, in some ways, what the drivers are doing, in some ways what they're handling, and what, because the cars obviously are set differently for different people. This car looks a little bit like it's got a very eager to engage clutch, because it goes and it kind of gets away slightly. Could just be a driving style preference. It does mean you can overshoot things, but Mike currently scored in 7th in the group. It's all very close. A bit more flow about Mike's car than some of the others. It's been quite noticeable that some of the cars just haven't looked like they've got any flow at all on a track that does need it. Short bit of carpet, straight onto tile, then onto dirt. And this will be the last lap, I would think. It might not be, should be the last lap. Indeed, should finish now for Mike. Across the line. Was scored in 10th, now moves up a little bit. Oh no, he's got another one, he's got another one. Mike has not finished. Gosh, he must have really started late. Because we're already 38 seconds over the whole thing, and he hasn't even finished the race yet. He's going to run literally about 6 minutes something, just to get a 5-minute run in. And there it comes down, and that is the end of heat number 6. Well, actually, Holger Like has to finish, but it's nearly the end of heat number 6. Rimfire, 1/5 on the road. I think they're 4 cycles, so just no, they're not. They're 2 strokes. The large scales are all 2 strokes, but a normal 2-stroke like you get with kart racing or chainsaws and that sort of thing, they are 2 strokes. They don't need pit stops. They don't, but. In Europe they run, it may be slightly different in the States, but the tanks sort of run for half an hour. They did the World Championship in 2019 for large scale touring cars. It ran an hour, and they had a fuel stop. They had a fuel stop in that race. Unfortunately, I think there were some timing errors there, which may have cost someone a podium position, but not the win. But there we go. At the moment, top RC races aren't doing 1/5 off road. There's quite a strong 1/5, 1/6 off-road sort of people in Europe. There's been a European Championship for it since about 2010. Yeah, it doesn't really attract many of the top racers to go for it. I'm not quite sure why. The cars are they're obviously a bit slower. They do look quite ponderous, but they are actually quite quick, and they are, relatively difficult to drive. But they are very heavy. Looking at 13 kilos compared to these little monkeys at 3.5 kilos. And they have got quite a bit of power. They've got about 7 horsepower, but they're chugging around a lot of weight. But yeah, 1/5 off-road, 1/5 track, all good fun. But yeah, so you've effectively got electric power. You've got nitro methane, ultra fast 2 strokes for this, and as I think Bob said, on road 1/8, which is crazy. We were down 2 weeks ago in Valencia covering that for the European Championships, and they got like 3.5 horsepower from 3.5 cc, and the things scream at you. They actually scream. It's a different kind of world. The speeds they do, and they have 2-speed gearboxes. They really are. They're sort of a pinnacle. The weird thing is, though, of course, that with the advancements in electric cars, amazingly, flat out down the straight, they actually aren't any faster than a modified electric car. The modified electrics now are so quick that they are effectively tuning them down to the tyres because they're blowing tyres. Rimfire, yep, 1/5 off-road is huge, certainly is. They're massive, great things, but they're good fun. I think one thing I've read really is that they are very expensive, the initial setup. The engines are huge amounts of money, but the actual running costs aren't anything like as bad. They don't go through tyres as quickly, and the fuel's way cheaper because it's just petrol. With 2-stroke mix, it's not like nitro fuel. So they're actually running costs. I'm not sure how quickly they get your money back compared to anything else, but they aren't anything like as astronomical running costs as they are, compared to some of the others. But unfortunately, they are very, very expensive to buy. Look great though. You can work them with a hammer, and that's always a plus point. Ben Johnson, RC 2-stroke off-boat. Start again. Ben Johnson says, RC 2-stroke boats offshore are fast. My God, they're quick. I mean, the electric ones are fast, but what's most amazing, how they can turn those things on a literal sixpence, which for our American views, like turn them on a dime up, as you probably have to say. They just whiz round. They're just amazing things. I mean, I fell over one of their meetings once about 5 or 6 years ago, and it was like, blimmin' heck. That is unbelievable. Couldn't work out who was winning, but it just seemed very, very exciting. Okay, so this is heat number 7. So it's the penultimate heat, or the secondary heat of buggy. It's Liam Brocklehurst in 1, Dan Austin in 2, Dave Shelley in 3, Carl Jackson in 4, Simon Turner in 5, Michael Waller in 6, Darren Warburton in 7, Chris Grimes in 8, Sean Gregson in 9, Ricky Cooper in 10, John Nile in 11, Toby Nicol in 12, Chris Smith in 13, and Mick Craddock is 14. Now, who has a man called Ash gone for? He's gone for a stripy car. Car is actually sitting they've gone full Red Bull rake there by the looks of it. It's quite rakey. Achy, breaky, rakey heart. And it is car number, I don't know, I think that may well have been 12 actually, which would make it Toby Nicol, but please don't quote me on that because I might be wrong. And then I'll have to unquote myself and I'll be upset. Is it car 12 is the question. Still can't tell. Could be 13, I don't know. Anyway, it is one of those cars, and we'll find out who it is when he next comes into view and I can actually see. So let's find out. Oh, we've got a can you follow someone? That's exciting. First thing I'm going to do is identify this person for certain who it is, and then we'll sort out the follow request. Okay. That is 13. It wasn't 12, it was 13, which is Chris Smith. So we're with Chris Smith. And we've been asked to follow somebody else, so I'll try and find somebody else. And I shall pass that information to Ash. Right, it's the pink car going down the straight, Ash. Bright pink at the far end of the circuit. Well, bright pink, reasonable pink. Pinky on the carpet. That's Dan Austin. There we are. You asked, and we have delivered Jessica Crisp. There you are. So you can see Dan fetching in pink. Pretty in pink. I said, oh dear, that's not good, is it? I wonder if Caroline laughs and it's raining all day. Because I'm cruel, I'm going to show that again. So you can enjoy the Dan Austin rollover. I think it's, I'll use a slightly longer replay. Might get to see the, yeah, get to see them again. Got going again. You see, you got the Marshall as well. There's Dan. Going through the section now, finishing another lap. Okay, leave him, turn to your left and get the next car going across start finish, which is kind of quite light car. I know I've had him, no, the orange one, get the pure orange one. That's 6, I think, it might be 5. So this is either 6 or 5, Michael Waller or Simon Turner. I have to point out my inability to read numbers is entirely not my fault. Possibly, who knows? Actually, guys, it's bright. Oh, neither 6 nor 5 have written down what their colours are. So my last request, I think, oh, it's bright orange. That should be quite easy. I'll look at the bright orange one. No. I think it is 6. I'm going to go for Michael Waller at the moment, but we'll find out in a second. My confidence is going. Now I think it's Simon Turner in 5. So if you're a Simon Turner fan, you might be lucky. It might well be the 5. This orange machine. No, it was the 6. I should have stayed with the first one. It was Michael Waller. So there we are. So that's Waller. It's Nitro powered KP. He's on Nitro. Only 16% Nitro now, thanks to, well, not thanks to, because of the new legislation in Europe. Trying to reduce the amount of Nitro. So much, the European legislation is so strong that all the fuel for the world, which is at 25%, is having been ordered especially on a special license and kept under lock and key prior to the event. Because effectively, it's sort of illegal to have that level of nitro. No, we're fine. Yeah. So, yeah, so there's 25% stuff. It's actually under lock and key in somewhere in Spain. Which is ridiculous. I don't even remember. They used to use about, I'm sure only a few years ago, they were using 40% nitro. But now down to 16. But there'll be no advantage to the Europeans who've been running it for the whole year because we go back to 25% for the Worlds. In real event, starting. The actual event starts in 6 days' time with registration. The first track action is in a week's time, so they will be running on the track. We just familiarisation sessions next Sunday. Next Monday is untimed practice, I think, and then next Tuesday, which is when we start broadcasting, is time practice. Wednesday and Thursday are qualifying. Friday is a nice quiet day. It's lower finals day. And how far they go will depend, I think, on the weather forecast. And then you've got finals day itself on Saturday. So all building up to presenting us with a new world champion. So this one's finished. Can't believe he's still going. He is still going. A minute and 27 after. Blimey. That's one of the problems when you do things in the format of this, in the format with this kind of qualifying we have here for Nitro. If you have a very, very long track, which this is much longer, I mean, this is a 40, let's say it's a 47-second lap or 48-second lap for an average driver, compared to like a 35-second lap. You think about that, you're looking at half a minute extra per race just to finish them off. Very difficult. So, it's top heat time. They all rev up. How are we doing overall? This should be 3:15, and it is. We're absolutely on time. So, the top heat is Max McDonald in 1, Maxime Cook in 2, Billy Grinley in 3, John Hazelwood in 4, Josh Graham in 5, Dylan Saunders in 6, Dylan won the last one. Kev Brunders in 7, T. Hannah Craddock is in 8, Tara Craddock is in 9, Jamie Clancy is in 10, Simon Reeves is 11, Darren Hayden-Ball is 12, Lewis Jones is 13, and Eric Lyke is 14th. Also, I did say Jamie Clancy was an associated driver in the last seat. He's, of course, Mugen Secchi. I'm talking historically. But let's wait and see what happens next regarding I'm Ben Johnson. Thank you for the pleasure of running the RCGP, guys. I've RC2. It was a buzz to be as fast as my car was. Wish I would be this Grand Prix, yeah. Obviously, if you want to see the RCGP Loves RC2 race, it's quite a good idea, actually, whether we had the one of each of the teams, one of the top drivers from each of the teams running someone else. So basically the bottom 6 RC2 qualifiers who wanted to take part had their car being driven by the top RCGP racers, who are the top RC racers in the world. And that's all we put together. So if you look on the RCGP Facebook page, there is a beautiful video put together by Matt now, which encapsulates the excitement and the fun of that entire event. We did it in Italy. We did it in the UK. We're going to do it in the States. There'll be another RCGP Loves RC2 in the States. It's it's a very fun format. It's answer that question, isn't it? Is it the car? Is it the driver? And interestingly, it gives different answers each time, because sometimes even the best driver can't handle a terrible car. But on the whole, it is the driver. Obviously, all these drivers were a lot quicker than the guys who owned the cars. But the differences were quite interesting. And the surprise winner, in many ways. Is this a clay or a dirt track, says KP. It's a clay trap that's been stuck together with oil. So it's dirty clay. Clay, most soil is clay here, so it's not been laid clay, it's just what the soil is. But obviously it's multi-surface. It's a multi-surface. As you've got, obviously you can see it's lots of tiles and there's lots of carpet. Let's get rolling. A few seconds to go before we start. Who are we going to cover? I don't know. It's very exciting. Let's get that pink one, Ash, that's coming around in front of you now. I'm pretty sure that won't cross the line in time. And it is car number 12. And that is Darren Hayden-Ball. So Darren, who certainly, I remember his name, has been in all these 3 HERTS GPs that we've covered. Normally enters 2 events. He entered 2 events this time. No. Normally he has historically entered a couple of them, both the Truggy and the buggy. But this time, not so much. There are quite a few people who have entered too, but this is the penultimate race of round number 4. There'll be a 5-minute break or so. Only a short break for round 5. We won't disappear for 20 minutes like last time. We wait about 5 minutes, just as it clicks through. And then we'll get underway again with E-buggy. We've got Truggy next as the last race of round 5. Is it possible for John Hazelwood? Oh, that's a question now. Is it possible? It's car number 4. I have to stand up for that, you see. It's very tiring for an old man like me. Car number 4. Yeah, you just dropped back 1, Ash, and that is Hazelwood, I think. Pretty sure it's John Hazelwood in the 4. So, there he is. That was an easy one, that one, wasn't it? Normally, Harry, these are nightmares. How abrasive is the track with regards to tyre? I don't think it's particularly more or less abrasive than the other. It's pretty standard. That's a terrible answer, but I think they, for example, for the main final, they won't have massive grip issues towards the end of it. It's very hard to tell just by looking, because the European track, the European finals track in Barcelos in Portugal, it's touchy. It was rough as anything. It was a rough, sealed clay circuit, and it was like thinking, right, that's going to be a right difficult thing to do anything with. But actually, it had virtually no tyre wear at all. Is Hazelwood using the N1? No, he's not. I've had a look at that, and that's got shock towers, so I'm not sure where the N1 is at the moment. Obviously, Lee was using it at RCGP, and actually John used it, I think, at the Euros. We're just talking about in Barcelos, but that seems to have front shock towers, so probably not, is the answer to that question. That's the previous model. They kind of oscillated between the N1 and the standard car, not for any other reason. They haven't got all the parts of the N1, because obviously a lot of them are prototyped, and if you 3D print things, the problem with 3D printing is it's quite brittle. And so the last thing you need in an off-road car is brittle parts, because obviously there's a constant flexing and slapping of them. So it's a no, he said it's Ray Lee's car. It might explain the paint job. Very good point there made by Harry Weymouth. It is, of course, a kind of a Lee Martin paint job. So John has pulled rank with his team. Obviously, Lee not here this weekend because he's doing the 1/10th National. It's up the road. Well, he's up the road. I have absolutely no idea where it is. Oh, I think it's at Robin Hood Raceway, actually. I think it's where the Euros were. So he's in the 10th National. So John Stagg on his own running the car. Robin Hood Raceway, of course, put on an excellent European Championship a few weeks ago, in June, end of June, beginning of July, yeah. Whole team, James and the team, need a massive pat on the back for that one. They were lucky, well, they're lucky, the weather was nice to them, which it deserved, the amount of work they put on. And they got some fantastic racing and 2 very young new European champions in Tommy Hall and basically Morten Harkett, which of course is the lead singer of Aha, and I actually mean Magnus Kjærup, but you know, quite similar. Magnus Kjærup, who is looking like he's going to try and he will be taking part in the 1/8 Worlds in Redovan as well. There's quite a few interesting people taking part in the 1/8 in Redovan. So obviously, some of the countries you can get an entry without doing a championship because they just haven't got the same sort of structured championship. Like you couldn't just turn up. You're Italian or British or French or Spanish or Portuguese. You couldn't just turn up and go, "Oh, I quite fancy a go," because there's an established hierarchy of drivers who fill all the slots. Some of the other countries, don't forget, every country can have a slot. So if you want a slot, you can have one. So, for example, if you're a member of EFRA, any member of EFRA can get some service. Monaco have got 2 slots because they can have them. It's there's a kind of a you couldn't be Bulgarian want 17, but you could have Bulgarian and have a couple, not a problem at all. And some of these countries obviously have guys who limited teams, and they have guys who will race across disciplines. For example, I think there's some guys from a few of the countries who are Michael Olowski, for example, is going to run there, and he hasn't done much eighth running. But obviously Poland doesn't have a particularly established 1/8 championship series, so he can take their slot. And it's not like he's not going to do well. I'm sure he's not going to make the main final. But Olowski's a great off-road racer and a great racer and a double European champion. Actually, he won in 12, so he's an incredibly flexible young man. Flexible, versatile as well. Before flexible is a completely different thing. One of these versatile young men, and I'm sure he'll do very, very well. But oddly, despite the fact he probably would be considered to be better than a number of the people who, say he wanted to qualify in England where he lives some of the time, he just wouldn't get the slot without doing the whole national championship, which of course he hasn't got time to do because he's doing so many other things. So it does work quite well on that front. So that one was won by Lewis Jones from Brunsden, from Clancy, from Craddock, and sort of was fifth that time. I'm not sure how that affects the price of fish on the overall championship. Let's have a look at the overall leaderboard. I will have a quick check for you. That was the end of the line, effectively. So that's heat 8. Let's have a look and see whether we've got a. Let's have a look where we're at. Qualifying. Okay, so it still says Dylan Saunders at the top, Jamie Clancy in second. I'm not sure that's actually correct. We'll find out. Brunsden third, Jones fourth, Craddock fifth. It's quite suspiciously similar to what it was before. Right. I think Saunders TQ'd the first 3 rounds by the look of it. Right. It's currently not counting. It's only counting 1 round at the moment. So the sorting is not sorting correctly. I wonder whether it won't sort until the end of the round, which of course is not until we finish heat 9, even though that's a separate thing. So, Truggy Heats, a mixture of electric and nitro. Keith Harris in 1. James Baxter in 2. Chris Smith in 3. Chris Carlisle is in 4. Tony Verboom is in 5. John Niall is in 6th. Paul Fitzpatrick is in 7. Matt Bridge 8. Glenn Lindsay 9. Caden Stenhouse is in 10. Peter Van Tonder is in 11. And Luca Pini is in 12. So this is the last heat of round 4. So just as you're just joining, we have this race, another round of qualifying, which should take us just about 5:30, just give or take a few minutes. And then we have 3 fun finals, with the emphasis on the fun. We have, so before we got a backwards final, so they'll be going reverse way round for 10 minutes. Which is interesting. I think that can include a fuel stop, and that might be interesting. Then we have the 2 drivers, 1 car final, which is where one person is operating the steering and one person operating the throttle. Very difficult, I think, for off-road events. Much more difficult than for an on-road event. And then we have a biggest tank, longest fuel. How long can it all last? Chat. So they'll just all run lots of fuel until, I think last time it lasted 18 minutes, the longest fuel. So that'll be a challenge for Ash and I to stay having any idea who's doing anything, because the numbers won't relate to anything either. So it'll have to be just a guess, because the numbers won't be right for the cars. That's a long way away, and we can worry about that when we get to it. Actually, Darren Haydenball is in the 2 heats in this one as well, so Darren has done 2. He's car 13, which for some reason actually isn't in the Truggy listing I have here. Oh no, it's because it's the wrong heat. Oh, I've been caught out again. Been caught out by BBK. It's cross-referencing my own conversations and laughing at me. Right, so I have to wait for the thing to tick down before it changes the names. 9 seconds. Who are we going to go for? Ash, who are you choosing? I need to know. There's the blue one, shall we? Which is car number 8. So that's the 8 machine of Matt Bridge. Now the second question is Matt running nitro or electric? My guess, no, it's nitro, because I'd have got that wrong. I thought he was running electric, but he's running nitro. He's not putting very little smoke out. There it goes, a little bit there, a bit of a blast there. So that is a nitro Truggy. There are electrics in there as well. Ooh, careful. Seen quite heavily to the left, sorry, the right as he looks at it. There's Matt. Up towards the far corner of the circuit, turns back round through the coat hanger. A bit of curbage there you can see underneath the pipe. Back under and away. Lots of power down. So Matt Bridge. Well, that's looking quite good, isn't it, really? It's the second, that's surprising. Going quite nicely. Out to the top of the track. Through the coat hanger again. Now behind him is another nitro Truggy. I just saw it puff out a bit of smoke. That's that little flash of green you can see, the green wing of the Truggy behind him. And what we'll do is when he comes down this part of the straight, we'll just drop back one to the one behind him, Ash. Which is the car number 3 of Chris Smith. So that's the Chris Smith car. Matt's running an OS engine, that's interesting. So that's a bit of information for me about the guy we showed a second ago from Ben Johnson, thank you. So, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That didn't go well, did it? And also, it wasn't the right page to show the replay. But I'm going to give it a go. If I get it wrong, I apologise. Let's have a look. Oh, yep, at the end of it, it goes. And then kind of dips over and sort of slightly makes love to the car at that point. Flipped over. And there he goes. Truggy fun. Oh. Those two really are quite attracted to each other, aren't they? Perhaps they should get a room. Okay, so behind... Okay, drop back to the green and blue car. That is the number 9 of Glenn Lindsay. So Glenn currently scored in 4th. Isn't quite accurate because it will adjust as people come over the line. So I was right in saying he was currently scored as 4th. Doesn't mean he is actually 4th. In many ways, it means your best position you could be in 4th because you know you drop down, you're not going to go up. So a few seconds left. Well, 34 seconds left for Glenn. Very pleasant day. It's cloudy, but the cloud's very high. So as you can probably see, the light seems, you might think it's sunny, and it actually is, but it's a nice day here in the UK. I'm pretty sure the weather's set fair for tomorrow. Let's have a look at the weather forecast for the area for tomorrow, which is steadfast not being delivered. Yep, same again. Sunny and cloudy, not too hot. Top temperature about 72 degrees, 73 degrees Fahrenheit, 23. So this is the end of round 4. Be a 5-minute break now before they start round 5. Actually, I'm not sure he has finished yet. Let's see Glenn over the line. He's got a few corners to go. Up and over the bit of AstroTurf. Flying nicely along. Got a few corners. Oops. Got with that one. Powers it down across the line. And where does Clem finish? He's still 4th when he goes across the line. Went to 3rd temporarily. A couple more might get past him though. And they did. So dropped down to 4th. That was Glenn there in 4th place. So next up will be qualifying round number 5, heat 1. There is a short break prior to that. We won't go off air or anything, but we will just relax the camera. I'll change that, and we'll just do a little bit of a check to see whether we've got an update on the overalls. Just make sure this is cleared. I think it has. And still got Luca Pini supposed to finish, and he hasn't finished yet. There we are. So that's finished. So let's see if we've got an update on anything as far as qualifying is concerned. Ah, right. I need to get a buggy now. Okay, so it's Dylan Saunders still scored 1st. From Jamie Clancy scored 2nd. Kevin Brunson scored 3rd. Lewis Jones is 4th overall. Tara Craddock 5th. John Hazelwood 6th. Simon Reeves is 7th. Eric Like is 9th. Josh Graham is 10th. And Billy Grinley is 11th. And that appears to be in Truggy. Your top qualifier is Matt Bridge from Caden Stenhouse. And in E-buggy, it is Simon Reeves from Darren Hayden Ball. So we're not going to go anywhere, but we'll just have a bit of a locked off camera for a second. And there's about a 4 or 5 minute break. Right, so you're very keen there, Ash. I don't think any cars are going, are there? So the first heat coming in a second is going to be the E-buggy heat, which is away, I think. I'm not sure they're about to start. Officially, it's to start 15:45, which is 3 minutes' time. So yeah, still everything is, isn't it? There's a man on the track, making it look exciting.
So the first fun race will be the reverse track race. That will be the first fun race, and that will happen at the end of qualifying. So everyone in that race will need to bring a stick man and a marshal. It'll be a 10-minute race.
I'm concerned that when the fun races start, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to talk candidly to you because we're friends. I'm concerned that when the fun races start, they're not going to have numbers on the cars that actually reflect who they are. It's just a guess, but I've got a feeling that might be what happens.
So we're going to run the reverse track race, we're going to run the long fuel race with 2 control of 1 person. Basically, the 2 control of 1 person. So if you want to do that, I'll leave the form for that outside.
So they've got the sign-up forms. It's very High School Musical. The interesting thing is that the 2 men 1 car thing is going to be a bit harder, isn't it? Because normally, of course, because they've got these rostrum being very heavily sectioned, you're kind of thinking that's going to be more difficult, isn't it? Because you can't get 2 people in the sections. Possibly. So 1 more round of qualifying to go. Just waiting for them to fire. I've got some marshals out there, which is good. Bit of sweeping action going on the left-hand side. Everyone loves a sweep. Not sure if the electrical boys are up in the roster and ready to go. It's hard to tell with the electric. You can't hear anything. Oh, the track's open. They probably were there. There's a 1:30 countdown going on. Not really a great, massive requirement, to be honest, to do much, really, is there? Because they don't need the warm-up laps, and they're not warming engines or getting them into a particular operating window. What you're actually doing is powering off the best part of your cells. It's like squeaking, very quiet, as you can hear me. It's like a church mouse. There's no electricity, no nitro noise. Nitro noise, no. Beep, beep, beep. Half minute to go. Who should we cover? Do we have any requests? My guess is no. No, we haven't. Okay. We can choose to cover whoever we wish. World's our oyster. Still 50 seconds to go yet, so let's not get anyone who's going to cross the line in the next 15 seconds, next 11 seconds, next 9 seconds. So we're going for the dark. That's some fight. Oh no, I don't know where the hell you are now. No idea we've gone for there, Ash, to be honest. I don't even know where he is in the track. Oh, he's there, is he? Right. It's a dark red car, going slowly, coming down here with a terminal oversteer, and he has not started. He started, that's number 12, starting as late as possible, which is Blaze Macaulay. Let's see what Blaze can do. Taking it easy, letting people past.
It's the E-buggy first leg. I'll show you the rough schedule, but I've got to tweak it because we've had a few people pull out, and so I need to just retweak it.
No worries. So there's Blaze about to complete his first lap. Ooh. Struggling. I'll just chat with Jim about the running order for tomorrow. Oh, that's bad luck. Car's pointing the right direction again. So get back on the track again. Blade comes down to complete his first lap. And there we go. Take the car that's got, just take the next car that goes past, and that's it. Who's next? This is white car with the red stripe. That's kind of a 9. And that is Toby Nicol. So Nicol currently scored 7th-ish. Looking quite good. Lapping. Oof. Good carnage around there. People bouncing around the track. Toby keeping his head. Whilst the others around him are losing theirs. Oh, that didn't go well, did it? Not sure if I'll be able to get that in my 10-second window. Let's find out. Here we go. Lands it, clunks him. Carries on rolling. And then, man escapes. Marshals it. Oh, that wasn't the greatest marshal, was it? Actually, I didn't. That wasn't meant to be a replay of poor marshalling, but it ended up being that. And away he goes again. Minute 38 to go through the hangar section, coach hangar. That's not where the track should be. You know, not being funny, but that really isn't where the track should be. Oh, so I should have gone with 10 there, not 5. Look at that. Rolled off into bits. Ooh. Drop back 1. Let's see who this red and white car behind is. It's, I don't know, it's pink. I couldn't even see the number that time. It's too difficult. I'm going to try and find the pink number this time around. Up the inside. Could be anybody. Oh, this is the car I've had before, I think. It's got the same, there's winglets on it before, which we couldn't cover. Anyway, it's a car, and it's out the far right of the circuit, going back now through the coat hanger. Around the top of the circuit, coming through the double back towards us. Past the toadstool, up and over the short bit of carpet into the flat doubles there, over the tabletop. Around towards the top right, the top left of the circuit. Bit of oversteer as he puts the power down. That's the 8 car. Only 2 goes to see these things. That is the 8 of Darren Hayden-Ball. God, Darren Hayden-Ball gets a lot of coverage, doesn't it? There's pink cars we're to see. So Hayden-Ball, there's about 11 seconds to go, so he should get this one. I don't know if he get one more or not, I don't know. Oh, you'll get one more, I think. Oh, no, this is his last lap. This is his last lap. So, looks like Simon Reeves going to get this one. Hayden Ball scored second at the moment. Mike Craddock third, Clark in fourth. Simon Reeves got 6 minutes. Are these 6 minute heats? Ah, they're doing 6 minutes E-buggy, I see. Things that come more obvious later on. E-buggy 6, and Truggy is 5. He's written down in front of me. I didn't see that until a second ago. So we abandoned the coverage a lap too early there because I hadn't noticed it said 6 minutes for the E-buggy, only 5 for the buggies, and I suppose 5 for the Truggies as well. Yep. Okay. So, about to begin the Nitro run again. So I need to change this to say Ooh, a little squall of dust being blown up then. Well, the sun is slightly out now, so a little bit brighter. A bit brighter in the sun, which is always nice. Right. Now, I think we had a request like last time round for David Bonham, but it was in Facebook. And I said that we only really kind of look at the ones that are in YouTube. But David Bonham said my dad's is number 8. So we will have a go at covering David Bonham, even though it's a race too late. So I said before, we're only really looking at the chat on the YouTube. But we will pick up car 8 in this one a whole round too late. So 1:09 to go. Okay, half a minute to go or so. Let's see if we can find. Oof, that was a very God, that yellow car was convinced about hitting somebody else, wasn't he? He really was. Gave it 3 goes and still managed to do it in the end. 5 cars having a bit of a kerfuffle beneath me. Take the purple one that's coming in a minute. So the purple car, which is car number 3 of Steve Mainwaring. Oh dear, that's not where you want to be. Some aggressive running there for the marshal. He deserves to get a bit of a prize for that one. Oh dear. There's a lot of cars colliding with people in the middle of the track. So quite an active level of accident going on in this one. Jeez. So second lap completed by Steve Mayman. I'm looking out for car 8 and I can't find it. I think it's just badly numbered. We'll find him in a second. But unfortunately it takes a minute to come back round again. Here's my tip for you if you ever do these events where you do. If you want to get yourself on camera, get your numbers really, really obvious and lots of them, like 15 numbers. Don't bother with your sticker saying what chassis it is. Just put lots and lots of numbers up. Right, okay. White car down the main straight now, Ash. Second, going up the hill, it's got white car with a kind of blue lettering. He's having a bit of a tank slapper. He's about to go over the green section. That is the person we missed last time, if we were even doing it, which is David Bonham, who has requested. I say it's easier to request them from YouTube. What's your favourite track you've been to and done live coverage, Nick? Oh, blimey, that's a good question, David Rolls. I don't know, because it tends not to be for the reasons you think it is. It tends to be because it's just a really easy place to do the job. Always like fairing. The Vendlers are very nice. Thunder Alley was good last year in California. Villarreal, always very welcoming. Been there a few times. There's very few places which I wouldn't want to go to again, actually. What you kind of want is you want to have a really good position where you can see the track, but also it's lockable, so you haven't got to kind of break it down each night. So you want to have a place where you're out in the air, but you can lock it. The track must provide really good food and drink and not charge us for it. And it mustn't be too hot or too cold or too windy or too wet. Not normally, in fairness, in the tracks control that. So, yeah, it's all about that really. I mean, the racing tends to be nothing to do with the track itself. It's to do with who turns up and what happens and everything else. I mean, Barcelos was really, really nice. The Portuguese track this year was great. We had an air-conditioned room, so that was fantastic. It was very hot, though, when we went outside. So, yeah, I think Barcelos was great. And so we've been to where we're going in a bit. Redovan, that's good as well. It's going to be a bit warm in Redovan because we're out in the open air and it's about 32, so we're going to be a quite warm day. But yeah, I mean, I think it's all about it's much more about how helpful the organisers are and how well we work together to produce the stream and that sort of stuff than really things like basic driving stuff or racing stuff. So that's my answer to that question without re-answering it at all. I'm racking my brains to think of somewhere. I'm quite open normally. I'm racking my brains to think of somewhere I wouldn't want to go, to be honest. Again, I can remember one or two really difficult tracks to work at, and they were both really early on in the international EFRA side of things. Oddly, one, but I won't go into details. But one of them was I wasn't actually at, but the guys were at, and it was terrible. They were just useless, and hence I didn't get very good coverage. But yeah, there's challenges everywhere. Some things are just great. Like you think, I'm really enjoying being here because of what the ambiance in the evening and what we're doing. But it could be like we went to S&B Raceway in South Georgia this year. Lovely, great track, great facility, lovely people, everything fine. It's nice being in that part of the States, but the weather on a couple of the days, it was so windy. I don't mean like a bit blow. It was so windy, it kind of put you off the whole thing, and that's nothing to do with them. It was so difficult and so hard to do the job. So my memory of that event is not the fact that it was a well-designed track and everything else. It's like you were being blown over for 2 or 3 days. And that's the way it is when you start to work there. But that's what I would say, David. That's the most I can tell you. The only thing I will say is outside of events themselves and tracks, if I'm broadcasting, I think that the Nitro and the fuel events make for better broadcasts. And the reason for that is just about finals day, because final day builds to a crescendo. You got the 30 seconds, the 16th, the 8th, the quarters, the semis, and the final. It builds to a crescendo. Whereas the electric events, of course, because they're multiple leg finals, it's kind of a bit. It's had one of our. Oh my God! It doesn't have that build. It kind of staccatos out, and also sometimes, of course, things all over after 2 of the 3 finals. So that's the only thing I would say. I think if you have, what are you going to do? I think I choose this and I choose that, and you know, I do like one thing I do like large scale racing just because the numbers are really really large on the cars, so I can really easily spot which car's which. But it comes down to ridiculous things like that. So heat 3 is Buggy again. It's Lee Baldry in 1, Jake Dell in 2, William Carolan in 3, Clayton Collins in 4, Steve Bellwood in 5, George Baz Kozos in 6, Lee Carlton in 7, Andrew Leach in 8, Lee Maggs is in 9, Chris Smoothie is in 10, Peter Yafia is in 11, Paul Fitzpatrick's in 12, and Mark Garrett is number 13. Those are your starters and runners and riders and everything else within the event. Revving away, just getting ready to start this heat 3. Oh no, Lee Maggs now. So can I follow car 9, which is him? So Lee Maggs wants to follow himself. Car 9, please. I've never actually been asked to follow someone in a race they're actually in before, so that's a new first, and the joys of phones. So Lee wants me to follow him, and we will. We'll follow him if we can find him early on. Car 9. Neon yellow, pink, yellow wheels, white wheels. Yellow wheels, yellow bike. Oh, blimey, it just collapsed behind me. Pink and yellow buggy. Sounds like a horrible combination, Lee. Well, number 8's pink and is yellow and orange. If you're fueling up, you're getting nothing from me. I was watching someone try to get their number. They literally flipped over as I was watching to see who they were. I'll take this first one past. Have we got 9? Is that what you're doing? Oh, he's got 9 already. That's why he's out. He's outdone me. He's found Lee already before he's even started. It is pink and yellow. Yes, it's pink with yellow wheels. Look at this. This is why Ash gets the big bucks on different jobs, not this job. Double. So a man who's requested himself, I think, from the rostrum. Horrible combination is KP. Yeah. Well, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and at least you're not going to lose it in a packed field, are you? So Maggs now. That was his warm-up lap. He's now fired the timing beam. Through the coat hanger. Nope. No, got away with it. Up to the top end of the circuit now. Power. That's it. Straight down the straight. Not too wide. Well done. That last couple of corners are really good. Let's see what Maggs can do. At the top corner there, look, he's getting 2 camera action here. Much more can anyone want? Oh, oh. No, I won't replay that. Wasn't quite replayable, Lee. Okay, when he goes past, just drop back one to the car behind him. Or the car ahead of him now. Yes, that's car number 8 is the car behind. And that is Andrew Leach. Quite a lot of flory paints around. In fairness, most people have got a proper race paint. Oh, that's unlucky, isn't it? Can't argue the luck on that one, can you? You have to do a 10-second one on that one because I was quite slow getting to it. So he comes round. There's the 8 and slap lands it, and then he hits someone who's kind of wandering across the straight and ends upside down. And they both... Is he going to get away with it? Yep, they both managed to get themselves going again. There we are. Let's have an action-packed section there for somebody having a double accident on the AstroTurf doubles. So Leach scored in 7th at the moment. Lee Mangs, we started this whole shebang with is scored in 1st. It's not necessarily in 1st because obviously it's a kind of a... Bob's a big thank you to all involved in making this stream happen. Well, you need to give a big thank to Jim Thompson and HERTS RC Models because they're the ones who've been bringing us here for the last couple of years. But yeah, it's fun. It's good. Tomorrow is all finals, so it's a little bit more exciting. This is very low. It's obviously a very low key day today because it's just qualifying. It's quite relaxed. But tomorrow, I think it's finals all the day. Been told we're starting at 8:45 UK time, so that's very early for you, Bob. I think you might miss the first few. Just drop back one, as long as it's not Lee again, and we'll just pick up a lap and a half of whoever's next. Blimey, that's a big gap, isn't it? There we are. So it's this blue, the blue. First colour, oh, there's blue. Well, no, there's blue in it. It is mostly white and red with a bit of blue stripage. It's got kind of that Go Faster logoing. It looks like a sort of a 1980s airline livery. So being unfair, I think it was a 1990s airline livery, I think. Fly this person's air. Now, I need to work out who this is, so I need to stop mucking about and actually have a look at the number. It comes underneath me. And that is the 10. So that is Chris Smoothie. So many inappropriate jokes in my mind about this one. Sue Mag says, can you follow Lee Mags? So we followed Lee at the beginning of the heat. So you only have to rewind about 2 minutes. We followed him right at the beginning of the heat, Sue. Lee asked himself to be followed. So at the beginning of this heat, we were following Lee. So he got a couple of laps at the start. It's good to see the Mags family's worked out how to use the YouTube request concepts. So Smoothie now. Sorry about that. I didn't get to the mute in time. So I coughed on you all. Luckily you can't catch anything because you're many miles away behind computer screens. But it's not nice to have a man coughing on you. That's what has to be said. So I'm going to have to take myself aside and have a serious word with myself about that. Coming up next, exclusively here on RC Racing TV, Heat 4. So, heat 4 up next. Vincent Verneuil, Sam Cobley, Callum McLaughlin, Oliver Nattrass, Luke Bennett, Alex Page, Charlie Thompson, Dane Lewington, Rob Cockcroft, James Baxter and Alan Bridgman. Just so you know, still no one has claimed the Lynx Dark Temptation deodorant. That's still available here in Lost Property, together with the padlock and the raffle tickets. Someone's having a big night. Well, I say having a big night, it could be a disastrous night, couldn't it? So a minute and a half till the start of heat number 4. Verneuil, Cobley, McLaughlin, Nattrass, Bennett, Page, Thomason, Lewington, Cockcroft, Baxter and Bridgman. KP Keeper, when the finals, the mains, all of tomorrow is the answer to that question. We've got all finals tomorrow. I think it's Christmas treeing up. I haven't got the timetable. I just know we're starting at 8:45. My guess, the main final will be somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock UK time. And then the Truggy finals, there's I think a 3-legged final for the E-buggies. .30 seconds to go. Callum McLaughlin is a request we have, which is good. Right. Car 3 is our request at the moment. We just had from Mark Spinney. So car 3, if you see it, Ash, would be marvellous. Oh, there he is. First car across. That's a first, isn't it? First car across is car 3. That's completely broken the mould, that has. As the first car you look at, that's like I've never seen that before. I mean, obviously it's like a 1 in 10 chance, 1 in 11 chance of happening, but in this heat, but amazing. Let's frame this moment. So it's McLaughlin. I have no information about him, but it's yellow, yellow and yellow. It doesn't actually tell me very much about his chassis or his engine, but he has both. The car has a chassis and an engine and some tyres and a servo and what else are people sponsored for? And some graphics and a wing. All of those are present and correct in this car. Will be other classes as well. E-Truggy, Stadium. No, the 3 classes for the finals, KP, are what you've seen so far. So you've got E-buggy, you've got buggy, and the Truggy is a combined E-Truggy and Nitro Truggy event. So there's both in the same heat, which is quite fun. don't forget, at the end of qualifying, we do have some fun finals, including going the wrong way around the track deliberately, because we've seen people going the wrong way to it by accident. Two people driving one car, and then the longest tank, which is a weird situation where people sometimes have no idea about the longest tank. They just rip off into the distance, not realising that they will not win. So it's like a slowly catchy monkey sort of thing in the end. All those finals will have no idea who's doing what, because I absolutely guarantee the numbers won't match anything to do with the names. But we'll muddle through. We're brave that way. Very brave people here at RC Racing TV. Sometimes you just don't have the information you need, so either you make it up or hope for the best. So this is Callum McLaughlin, just driving out before turning round onto the main track. Let Callum go, and then just take the next car, which seems to be a car that's got a kind of an element of purplishness in it. And his car number... Honestly, it's so hard to read these numbers, because where they actually turn, they're turning sort of in a point which is actually blocked by some other part of the equipment we have. I may have to move my equipment for number recognition. It's 9. I thought it was 9. It was 9. Go me. That is Rob Cockcroft, I think, in the 9. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm wrong. There's Rob. I've done the last couple of rounds of RCGP, both in Italy and in Nemo. If you're listening from the States, it's unlikely, because it's not exactly... Some of you are. I've got Bob and the gang, but if you're just randomly listening, and you fancy doing an event in South Carolina, so if you're from Florida or the Carolinas, or you'd like getting on planes, the final round of RCGP is at the Myrtle Beach track, home of Beach RC, on the 13th to 16th, I think it is. It might be 14th to 16th of October. Oh, no, Rob, that's not me gone well, has it? So, car's a little bit unsettled there as he turns in. It's all going okay at this point. Oh, I see. Just leapt at a slightly bad angle. One way round. Is he going to get away? He is. So Rob's a free of that one. Yes, so if you have a chance, get yourself along to Myrtle Beach, because it'll be fun. And we'll be there. Big weeks of RC coming up, of course, starting next Tuesday, so that's in 8 days' time, or 9 days' time. Our coverage of the IFMAR World Championships and 1/8 Nitro Buggy, and then the following Wednesday. So with a gap of just 4 days, we then start 5 days. We didn't just start our coverage of the 1/10 Electric World Championship. So even though we are now at the back end of August, we have 3 major events still to bring you on the RC calendar prior to the middle of October. And everything calms down a bit after that. I think unless someone rapidly invites me to something else I don't know about. It's the 16th year we've been doing this, you know. RC Racing TV started in 2006. First event we covered was interesting. It was a 1/10 ISTC World Championship Touring Car event down in Italy. I'd say in July 2006. And 16 years later, we're covering another one. We covered 2008, 2010, 2012 as well. I remember 2014, 2016. I think one was in... This is a different class. I'm wishing on about it for, but yeah, we've done quite a lot of those. World Championships for this class, obviously it's coming up next week, 2022. The only other one we've been to was 2010 in Pattaya, when we were doing just recorded stuff. Live RC, we're doing a live on that one. Great event. Cody King won. Blimey, dust up my nose. There's some squally dust, actually, even though we are inside. So, yeah, so 2010. So 12 years later, we're doing another one. Actually, that track does no longer exists. In Pattaya, I think it was RC Speedboat. I think it was officially. I think it's a speedboat track. That track no longer around. That's heat 4 over. Moving on to heat 5. So we're just about halfway into the final round now. Think about it. So the World Cup we covered. We covered the 2008, 2006 Worlds in Italy. I don't believe that track's there anymore in Turin. I'll check that one. We travelled the 2008 World. That track certainly isn't there in Bangkok anymore. 2010 Worlds. That track isn't there in Bangkok anymore. 2012. That track is there because that is Heemstede, and we were there doing recorded stuff there at Heemstede. That's still there. And then we went to one of the RC tracks in Bangkok for the IC Nitro Championship, and that was also that's still there. So we got a bit of a result after that. And that's, I think, I don't think we've done another World. Oh no, we did. So the team's done a World Championship. We did the 16 10th Nitro track, the 17 8th Nitro track, and then 19 we did obviously the 1/10 electric off-road in Hoodie Arena, and then the 1/5 large scale in Villarreal. So I've done a few of them. My guess is week after next is the biggest of all, but you can't tell. Never can tell. But if you are watching, please tell your friends we're doing it. Okay, heat 5. Ashley Evans in 1, David Rose in 2, George Coleman in 3, Michael Shorey in 4, Nathan McLaughlin in 5, Barry Carolan in 6, James Clifford in 7, Peter Van Tonder in 8, Carl Chillingsworth in 9, Craig Russell in 10, Darren Keeble in 11, Torben Lundberg is in 12, and Chris Carlisle is in 13. Out they come, minute 20 to go before they actually get rolling. I think quite a hold that one. I might be wrong. I think they were held for a while. I'm not sure whether it was just to get themselves back onto or stick on the timetable. Beep, beep. So all sorts of bonus, and let's get rolling. Phone boy. So this one's getting rolling. Let's see who we're going to pick up. This orangey one. Car number 8 of Peter Van Tonder. Oh, Peter's been on before. Good old Peter. Got second thing. Nope. Let's go forward to the green one, because we had Peter on before. I know we have. Twice, I think. I don't know who the green car is, but we'll find out in a second. It's the problem with a really long lap. If you decide to change cars quite early on, you've got hours to wait before you can read the number. Here it comes, and it is number 4. Number 4. Michael Shorey is our victim at the moment on camera. Man scoots out to pick up a dead car. It is inconveniently left in the middle of the track. And that's the 10 car that's lost all drive of Craig Russell. So back with Michael Shorey. One of the few examples of our famous Spanish painter, Juan Can, has done the body shell. He was getting a lot of work in Spain, in fact, for the 1/8 EP track, because they just get through bodies. If the body gets like ticking it, because the aero is so important, they're constantly trying different bodies and remounting, and so it's very rare that the full race paint gets out more than about once. And they're all relying sort of pretty much solid one colours, not always fluoros, but always solid colours. So Mr. One Can doing the work, and they try and make it look a bit. They stick them some stickers to try and make it look like they've got another colour, but they haven't. They just, but you know, when you're doing the mile an hour they're doing, aero is incredibly important. And they are sort of flying wings, really. The 1/8 track cars don't make any real concessions to reality, unlike, you know, for example, touring cars, which are electric touring cars, and anyway, nitro touring cars, which have to have a theoretical concept that look a little bit like a car could really exist. The cockpit is moulded into a 1/8 track Lexan body shell would not fit a newborn baby, let alone a full racing driver. But it's got a kind of a little bubbleette, and literally it's a wedge with lines, and it's very clever aerodynamics, of course, because they've got the strakes move the air where they want it. And it's in, yeah, the air was such a state that they found it hard to follow each other because they were taking the air off themselves. So it's right back onto full scale aerodynamics. A racing car. Oh, got away with that one, didn't he? Spun it, turned around and faced the right direction again. Okay, let him go on this one and pick up the next car if it's not the guy we had before. It is car number 13. So that is Chris Carlisle. Sorry about my creaky chair, by the way. So Carlisle over the carpet. So the camera is at 90 degrees to the driver's stand. So when they're going directly away from us, they're going across in the driver's eye line through the coat hanger. Oh, upside down. That was a weird one, wasn't it? Why on earth did you fall over then? Obviously I could have pressed replay and found out, but I was just unfortunately about 2 pages wrong on the screen there. So half a minute to go. I think he's probably sitting there going, what happened there as well? Lost a bit of pace as well. No, has he got a problem? Or is he just being incredibly polite? I would say that Chris Carlisle has picked up an issue. He's going very slowly, and the car rolled up. He has picked up an issue. The car was weird. don't know if he's thrown a drive shaft or what. But it just turned over in a weird way. All 4 shocks seem attached. He's not really interesting the marshals at all, is he? Oh, he's stalled now. Let's pick the car up. I'm trying to work out what's wrong with it. It doesn't work. It doesn't go around the corners anymore. It's a nightmare. I think he has. I think he's either lost drive to one axle. He may have lost drive to half the car. So maybe a case of a centre differential problem. He's lost either front or rear wheel drive. It's really weird how it turned over, and that was it. It was very noticeable that Chris was not happy about what was happening off that point. So he had to sacrifice his round, but it's not the end, don't worry, because there are 5 rounds and only 3 of them count. So you have 2 throwaways. Obviously, you don't want to use them too quickly, but there's 2 throwaways. Lovely sunny day. I think there's a good point that Ash is making with the camera there. The sun's in the eyes of all the drivers now. Sunglasses are max for heats. Sunglasses are must for heat 6. So we have Mike Williams in 1, Glenn Lindsay in 2, Aaron Knights in 3, Gary Gregory in 4, Matt Locke in 5, Jack Ritchie in 6, Holger Like in 7, Caden Stenhouse in 8, Charles Godwin in 9, Chris Long in 10, Keith Harris 11, Jim Thompson 12, and James Clark in 13. The musical faces there, they pop in and pop out. Haven't got the minute and a half yet. Still counting out the end of the last race before it starts counting down the end of the next race. So officially this heat 6 should go off in about a minute. So we need to call the 90 seconds and see what happens next. So to remind you, we've got heat 7, 8, 9, and then we have probably quite a brief break before we begin the fun finals, the backwards race, the 2-person, 1 car, and finally the longest tank, which actually is a lot more interesting than it sounds. It lasts a long time, but it's a lot more interesting than it sounds because you just never know what's going on. I think last time we had someone who, because you have to go, you can't just idle, you actually got to do laps on the longest tank. And we had somebody who was going really slowly. Somebody ran out of fuel, I think 17 and a half laps. And the other guy was like 3 laps back and going incredibly slowly. And it's just, could he get 17 and a half laps is the big question. And from memory, the answer was no. He was like 3 corners too short. Okay, so waiting for the 90 seconds to be called on heat number 6. It's getting close. But no cigar. There you go. It's just 30 seconds. Okay, a few seconds to go, Ash. So a bit of waiting, as you can see, to launch the cars off until it actually beeps. So they are literally a lap behind, before, well, a lap behind. Where are we going with it? So this is car numero 8. Caden Stenhouse. Ooh, just bounced off the pipe there, not where we want to be. Sharp left, put the power down. I'm sure there was logs there before. Maybe a residual memory of years ago. I think there was a kind of a bumpy log section coming from that after the. I'll show you what I think it was. I'm probably wrong, but hey, we can indulge me because we've got the time today. I can just talk rubbish because it's just a fun qualifying day. Business end is tomorrow with the finals. There they go. So, oh, look at me 2 wheels. Stenhouse was scored in the middle there, I think, the last time round. 3rd or 4th. See where he comes across the line now. One of the earlier people, of course, to complete a lap. Behind Godwin, of those who've done 2 laps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 have done 2 laps. Enjoying the AstroTurf section in front of him. It's quite an easy section. It's close to you, so you can see it nicely. It's quite wide. It's dry. Well, at the moment it's dry. It's theoretically going to stay dry the entire. It will be a bit of dew overnight, so it's quite likely the first final might have a little bit of damp on it. The first final is the first of the E-buggy. It's tomorrow. We've got some fun finals tonight. The first, the actual finals, I think, is the first leg of the E-buggy, which is starting, I think, 8:45 tomorrow morning UK time. Let's drop back a couple. There's 2 car going down the straight now of David, no, of Glenn Lindsay, sorry, not Greg Lindsay. What was it? I wasn't really watching that, so I can now find out what happened by pressing replay. I was just thinking it's something else. Someone had already crashed. Lindsay comes round. He's upside down. That was a valiant attempt to avoid him there. When he put the brakes on, he kind of just brake the rear end and it kind of pivoted around the front. Good try, though. Good try, Glenn, to avoid the carnage. Dog barking outside. It's a very big Rhodesian Ridgeback. Quite a young lad, apparently. Looks very sweet. So 1:08 to go. It's around the coat hanger for Lindsay. Okay. So let him go and take the next car. Hopefully that's not someone we've had before. No, drop back 2 to the orange car. That's the 6. So the 6 is Jack Ritchie. My memory of who exactly we've covered is relatively sketchy, so if I do something more once, apologies, but I'm doing my best I can. Do I have any information about Jack Ritchie apart from... No, chrome, orange and white, apparently. And that certainly is orange and white. There we go. Oh, that wasn't quite so good, was it? That was a bit of a disaster, actually. It's always disappointing when you louse up the last lap. Even though it's the same amount of loss as lousing up the third lap, it's always way more annoying. When you make a mistake in the first lap and you drive hard for a comeback, you go, yes, but you still waste those 4 or 5 seconds on the first lap. You just kind of forgot them because you've been so marvellous afterwards. If you just louch up the 4 seconds at the end, you go, oh, just blown that. It's completely awful. So, heat 6 coming to a conclusion. 7, 8 and 9 to go, which is the top 2 buggy heats, and then the only Truggy heat, then a very brief break before we start doing some crazy things. On the three fun races, basically, for another hour's worth or so of entertainment. Your chance to see me and Ash completely confused about what cars where and why. So that was the end of 6. So let's see what happens with 7. Now 7 is Liam Brocklehurst, Daniel Austin, Dave Shed. Every man deserves a shed. Then we've got Carl Jackson, Simon Turner, Michael Waller, that's car 6, Darren Bilbutton's car 7, then Chris Grimes, Sean Gregson 9, Ricky Cooper, John Nile, Toby Nicol 12, Chris Smith and Mike Craddock 14th. Okay, so we're revving. Here we go. Countdown start in a second. Oh, now man trying to find something through the mess we've made in the room. We after? Shirts. They're there. They're there. See, I knew something. I knew where the shirts were. I've won a prize. Okay, half a minute to go. No requests, so we just got to do what we're going to do. Let's go. Oh, random orange car. Exciting. Who will this random orange car be, I hear you ask, Nick? Well, I don't know if it gets past us, which is quite soon, though. Now, has he got numbers on the wing end plates, or is he just teasing me with an advert of some sort? No, it's an advert of some sort. Oh, this car... drop back 2 to the green car, which is car 11, I think. Because I don't think we've... Oh, you've missed him. You got it. Oh, you've got it. Well done. Excellent work. Which I think is the 11 of John Nile. Let's find out if it is. Always exciting. It is John Nile. Look at that. So Nile, a minute or so in, up and over and completing the lap. Let's let him go and get the next one, Ash, which is the pink features of 10, which is Ricky Cooper. The Cooper Man. I just said that. And again, that's an incredibly old reference to the Tommy Cooper comedy show from the early to mid-70s. Might possibly 1980. Ivan is looking good. Is that me or the track or whatever? I think it's me, Ivan, saying, you're looking good, Nick. I think I am looking good. You're right. Glad there's no rain this time. Yeah, well, we're always glad there's no rain. Actually, the 3 years we've been here, we had some rain. The first time we came here, there was rain the night before, so it was drying out during the Saturday. We've never had any rain after that. So we've been very lucky on with the weather, especially with English bank holiday Mondays, which are notoriously extra wet. Obviously, there's not been much rain in the UK. It's a very tempting phase, isn't it? There's not been much rain in the UK at all for the last 6 weeks or so. A couple of massively heavy downpours, but the general precipitation you get used to in this country, not there. I remember one year, a year, I don't know, gosh, 7 or 8 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, and just we got stuck the wrong side of the jet stream or the Gulf Stream or some sort of current, and it literally rained every day for the whole of summer. And it's all because the jet stream moved or the Gulf Stream moved or something moved. And it was just miserable. It's been lovely. Obviously, there's a slight issue with hosepipe bans and lack of water, but I'm pretty sure that the autumn and winter will solve that pretty quickly. Whilst we're huddling together, burning one piece of coal a year. Is the Truggy up soon? Yet, says Ivan. Yes, this is heat 7. Truggy is heat 9. So Dave Shedd's leading this one. As we finish the race. Be the last lap for Austin. And the rest of the gang. So Ricky Cooper's car will take us to the finish in this heat. So a few seconds to go. I'm quite close. Looking at, actually in fairness, it's quite a long lead. Chris Grimes is quite a long way ahead of a couple of them actually. Yeah, they're all going across now. The very long laps means that everyone kind of has the same lap at the end of it. They get hit 7 laps. But it is a very long lap. And it makes a big difference. I mean, one of the major differences because a long lap makes within this class is it reduces your strategy choices within for refueling because you're not looking going past the pits every 30 seconds. You're looking going past every 45, 46, and it means you really tend to need to be slightly more conservative. Slightly more conservative, not super conservative, slightly more conservative. Okay, so this is the top heat of buggy qualifying, the last round. I'm a little bit confused about how the overall, but that gets sorted out by tomorrow, so it's fine. So if you're on YouTube, you can ask us to follow a particular favourite of yours, and we will try. We will try. Don't always succeed, but we will try. Okay. Bob's RC and KPKP are talking about turbochargers for little nitro engines. I assume this is a kind of a bit like tartan paint or sky hooks, because I can't actually see how that would work. But people have tried weird things in the past. But I'm not quite sure how forced injection would work on a two-stroke. You can get two-stroke turbos, but it's quite a hard thing to do. And certainly on a nitro engine, sounds unlikely if you think about the way they pressurise the fuel tanks and everything. But anyway, I'm sure it's fun. But you haven't. It doesn't. I can't see. It can't work. Must be a bit of fun. But if you know better and have a picture, for example, or a link, can't do links. A picture of or something. Someone telling me about something that has fitted a turbo to a nitro engine that's actually worked and produced any more power and not just wazzed all the fuel out the exhaust port. I'd love to hear about it. But my guess is that doesn't exist. Right, heat 8 is Max McDonald in 1, Maxim Cook in 2, Billy Grinley in 3, John Hazelwood 4, Josh Graham 5, Dylan Saunders 6, Kevin Brunson 7, Hannah Craddock 8, Tara Craddock 9, Jamie Clancy 10, Simon Reeves 11, Darren Haydenball is 12, Lewis Jones is 13, and Eric Like is 14. So, it seems that been a bit between Dylan Saunders and Clancy in this one so far. Okay, here we go. Right, so let's get up and get ready. So it's let's see if we can find. Can you find car number 6? Because that's the guy who apparently is top of the qualifiers at the moment. Oh, that's him now going in the pits. So he's literally decided to be the last person out. So Sanders, Dylan Sanders has been leading everything. He's over a lap behind some people. Hopefully the timing can keep up for that. They pulled him into pits just as it came in. Some tactical work there. So he's not even started his session yet. We're already 40 seconds in. Anyway, this isn't counting, so this is a freebie. And see, he's got a DNS next to him still. He's letting people who are actually racing go past him, which is generous. He'll have to get past him again later. He'll be a bit faster than them. And there he goes, and he's actually started the race over a minute after. Just about a minute after it actually started. I'm not sure whether that's going to work, or whether he might get caught out by some of the auto cut-offs. Anyway, it won't be the end of the world because he's already pretty high qualified anyway without whatever happens on this one. So it'll be interesting to see what. So 46, 45. Some Taro Craddock, he's been excellent form. Eric Light 44.8, Brunston 44.5 that time round for a first lap. So you see the best laps are 3/4 of a minute. And this is Sanders. Is he going to get a decent time on this one? Where is he? Yeah, he got 44.1. So, oh, bit of action at the top corner there, in front of Sanders. So is that Clancy had him? One of the other blue and white cars, because that's that car had a bit of an issue. No, that's the 10 car of. Oh, it's Clancy. Yes, that's Clancy had him. One of the pre-race favourites. Can you drop back 2 to car 9, blue and pink? I think it's 2. It might be 3. Blue and pink, just coming on the green stuff now. So that is the 9 of Taro Craddock, who's currently vying for the lead with Brunsden. Now, Craddock is normally kind of a solid sort of top tenner. Is really putting in a bit of a... obviously got himself particularly in shape for this one. Home track. Mick Craddock's son, of course. Travelling well. The sister did not start. I'm not sure she's actually here, Tihanna. But Taro doing better than his dad. Though, of course, benefiting from Mick's unbelievable knowledge and setup skills. Got down to 3rd. Reeves pipped him by a few thousandths of a second. It's Brunson looked like he's going to pick up this one. It's hard to tell with Saunders because Saunders is so far behind everybody in the rolling of the lap that he could just ping up at the last minute. He scored 3rd overall, Sanders. I'm not sure this is a great one for Clancy's running 2nd. Craddock a few thousandths behind him. So interesting that Reeves dropped back and Craddock picked up. A bit of oversteer there. Oh, don't drive there. Then kind of slaps down through the coat hanger. cost him silly time. Silly time. And that's where qualifying runs go wrong. That over rotation, costing him a good second, possibly a second and a half. It's very tight at the top. And he drops down to 4th, but a long way behind the leader now, which is Brunson, drifted out wide there. Clancy in second, despite the error we saw him making earlier. Sanders has scored quite a long way down in this one, actually. Oh, dear, 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 dear. That wasn't great. Let's see how that happened. It's all going well at this point. Sits on it, and then, oh, yeah, that's called the left front edge of the coat hanger. And that is going to make a very unhappy Taro Craddock significantly further back than he'll want to be. So he's currently scored 4th, but that's going to drop. He's already dropped behind John Hazelwood. So we need to see where Sanders comes in, because Sanders hasn't finished yet, and I think he's going to ping into 3rd, 2nd or 3rd, right on that cusp of 2nd or 3rd. But we saw he started so late, he's got most of a lap to go. And that's the final. We took it to time 10. I think we did, didn't we? As long as he has it, pings in 4th in the end. Waiting for Maxim Cook. And looks like Maxim didn't get the trip anyway, so that he finishes with a 7.58. Okay, that's the end result. So it was Brunsden from Jones, from Clancy, from Sanders, from Reeves, from Graham. Interesting. So get ready for the last qualifying heat of the day. And then we've got the fun finals, which are always worth a watch, to be honest. First one, the reverse one, is going to be more of a test for Ash than anybody else. Working out the car's going the wrong way around the track. Luckily, he's a professional now. Okay. Now, I'm not sure whether this actually works, because it's the weirdness of BBK. I'm just trying to see whether you've got a listing for qualifying now for BBK, but I'm not convinced it is. It just seems to have a fastest time, individual fastest times. It's still saying that Dylan Saunders is fastest. I just don't see it. Don't know. It's difficult to tell, but it's saying it's Dylan Saunders from Jamie Clancy, from Kevin Brunsden, from Lewis Jones, from Tara Craddock, from John Hazelwood, Simon Reed, Eric Josh Graham, Billy Gridley. That's what it's saying. Not sure if it is that, to be honest. So final qualifying heat, which is the Truggies. Just about to go out. That is Keith Harris, James Baxter, Chris Smith, Chris Carlisle, Tony Verboom, John Nile, Paul Fitzpatrick, Matt Bridge, Glenn Lindsay, Caden Stenhouse, Peter Van Tonder and Luca Pini are the ones who are fired up for this one. So don't forget, at the end of this heat, short break, and then we start the fun finals. The reverse track race. The 2 men, 1 controller race, or two 2 people, 1 car race, and then finally the longest tank. First 2 reverse race and the 2 people, 1 controller race are 10 minutes, and the longest tank is as long as your tank will last. It's that simple. It's not complex at all. Sorry about that. It's not complex at all. Okay, let's get ready to rumble. Okay, actually, you need to find someone we've not been on before and someone who I can see the number of. So it's nothing important here. I reckon that one there, the green, the blue, no, who are you going with? You're going the multicoloured one? That's the 10. And that is Caden Stenhouse. We've not been on Caden's Truggy before, that's for sure. I think we did his other car, but that's not the same. So Caden there, who has absolutely thrown every single can of paint at that car. Well done to him for actually taking the time to do that. What's the temp here? 23 degrees centigrade, 70, no, it's come up a bit. So about 72 Fahrenheit, Bob's, is the temperature. No, that's spectacular. And also, unfortunately, I'm on the wrong page again. So I'm going to have to do that, and then I'm going to have to do that, and then I'm going to have to do that to see it again. So we changed car. This is a different truck, isn't it? So this is a mystery truck now. It's not the Caden Stenhouse truck. It's a different. No, it's not Caden. It's not the Peter Van. No, I don't. Yeah, it isn't the Caden truck. It's somebody else's truck. It's this truck here. It's Truckosaurus. Truck number 1 is the truck of Keith Harris. Coming through the coat hanger. So a few non-starters in this one. People decided not to run this final round. I think obviously you've already made the main final because there's only one race. So if you're thinking you're perhaps having a bit of a laugh at one of the fun finals, you don't need to run this one. Not a... Oh, it's a bit wide, really, isn't it? It should have been a little tighter there. I'm going to try and do something here, which is work out where the other camera is. There we go. Okay, let's let him go when he goes underneath you. And just pick up whoever next turns up, which is like the Marlborough coloured one by the looks of it. Here he comes, into view. It's a Coyote show. It's Nitro. It's car number 2 of James Baxter. Currently scored in 4th. The car tumbling ahead of him. So Harris up round the top of the track. Wide stance, of course, of these Truggies. Bigger in every way than a Nitro buggy. Bigger, heavier, more powerful, more forgiving, but perhaps not the ultimate in thrill-seeking handling fun, if such a thing exists. Paul, by the way, people who are monitoring the chat, Paul Bateman obviously is one of our regulars. In fact, the person who accompanied me on that first ever trip down to the ISTC in 2006, we went to Italy together 16 years ago. Kind of met for the first time at the airport. That's how weird it was. So he's now, I'm allowed to try and tell him he's fired. Yeah, he's actually involved next week, so I can't really. And upside down goes Keith Harris. Keeps it on the wheels. He goes through the coat hanger. Oh, bit of fishtailing. Double. And this is the last bit of action for qualifying today. They don't go anywhere because in a few minutes all the fun finals will start. Oh gosh, you finished, love. You finished. That's it. Go home. You finished. You're done. So about a 10-minute break, and then we have the reverse race. We have a couple other races. So we've got a few things coming up in a few minutes. Do you want to lock off on the rostrum and the pit lane rather than just the track? Because nothing's going to happen for a second, Ash. I'll tell you now, there's a lot of 3XLs. Yeah. No, just one. One XL for me. I should wear it with pride tomorrow. They do event T-shirts here at HERTS, and yeah, we've got them now. So we're wearing those. Right, so that is the end of that. Now, I need to... Yeah, we did. So having a conversation about the fun, that's always fun. Okay, fun finals coming up. It's 12:20, blimey. Oh yeah, of course you're 5 hours behind, aren't you, Bob? Where are you in the US, Bob? I have interest. Or are you in Ontario? You said you were in Canada, didn't you? It's a long way back now. I think you said Ontario thing. Just remind me where you are in the North American continent. Thanks, Bob. So, I believe the first one, I'm going to call it reverse track race, I believe it's called. Unfortunately, when you write these things, you can see them happening as I do them. So it's reverse track race first. I believe it's the longest tank second and the two people one handing controller third. This is only kind of hearsay what I'm hearing in the background.
Are you the TV man?
I am TV man, but I'm also broadcasting. I wasn't wanted after all that. Okay. So we're back with these finals as soon as they're underway. Well, hello again. I think we are now getting close to actually happening. As you can see from the shots of the pit lane, they are coming out for the 15-car reverse track race. Not just a reverse grid as well, but I'll read out the numbers of the 15 entrants. It's Darren Warburton in 1, Maxim Cook in 2, Matt Lock in 3, Ree Cooper in 4, Oliver Natras in 5, Callum McLaughlin in 6, Nathan in 8, 9 Craig Russell, 10 Jack Ritchie, 11 David Bonham, 12 Vincent Venue, and then we've got 3 Macaulays. We've got Blake Macaulay, Blue Macaulay and Blaze Macaulay in 13th, 14th and 15th. So I assume they have a bit of a warm-up. And I assume they're all issuing, they've all got the car pointing in the normal direction, which is a slight problem because they're supposed to be going in reverse. So following this will be the longest tack. And following that is the 2 drivers, 1 controller, which we might not show. Not sure, depends on timings. May do, may not. It's drifting a little bit. Actually getting a bit chilly. Out in the air, it's dropped down a bit. It's got his hat on backwards, so it's obviously very trendy. Oh, more stuff. Longest tank, I've got the longest tank one, right, okay. So we've got 2 finals written out now, excellent. There's 15 entries in the longest tank, so it's not all or anyone. Some of the people are in this first one and the second one as well, so I have the longest tank entry too now, it's exciting. But we're starting with a reverse track race, it's 10 minutes. How are they actually getting into the fueling? I don't know what they're going to do. Are they actually going to practice? They're just going to straight out with no practice, which would make it much better when straight with no practice. That would be by far the best way of doing it. A lot of reticence. Most of the marshals are there, so I'm surprised we haven't got any. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the cars. So missing a few of the cars at the moment. As you know, the RCA rules now say you've got to have your own high vis. So you have to bring your own high vis for all these events. So you can certainly see everybody in the pit lane. Like a beacon. So local time is 5:45. So it's light. So it gets dark by relatively early now. It gets dark by 8:30. So it's darkening by 8. So it's sun's already getting down. Actually, I mean, we're quite late in the year. Obviously, we're getting close to the vernal equinox, the one that's in halfway between halfway house. September the 21st. Is that the vernal equinox? Don't know. If it is, please tell me. If it's not, please tell me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 11 cars now. There's supposed to be 15. Now, what has happened is a couple of the people have worked out the cars have to come off the pit lane the other way. So they have actually angled their cars in the correct direction. Others are going to have to flip them around as they drop them. Yeah, that's the wrong way, though, because you're supposed to go in reverse. I think it was a clutch test, actually. It's exciting, isn't it? Obviously not particularly exciting, just listening to people to rev. Looking for a marshal from marshal point 4. Big news here is the requirement for a marshal at marshal point 4.
Okay, this one up on the pit lane. 1 lap and back to the pit.
1 lap. That's all they've got to work out what the heck goes on this track now. You're going the wrong way round. Oh, it's gone wrong already. Someone's failed it. Oh, Several of them failed to actually get off the pit lane. That is confusing everybody. Oh, where's people going? Don't know. What's happening? No idea. Whoa! So basically, this is a completely different track. This is a brand new track to everybody, because whilst they might recognise the surfaces, the way everything goes is completely different. All your little time jumps, no more. So, this is quite exciting, isn't it? They've done this before. Oh. Oh, yeah, see, this is where you go work at your braking points. This could be carnage. Or it could be not carnage. There's a lot of people who are going to have a lot of problems. I think the people who've got the biggest job here are the marshals. Yeah, refueling is going to be right pain. You have to refuel. You probably are going to have to. There's a what at the end of the straight? Oh, a lip, yes, they're right. The lip at the end of the straight is going to be a need to slow down for. There they all go. Walking out the long way because it's the other end. There's that lip. Where are they going to start them? So 14, so they're doing a reverse grid as well. This should go well, shouldn't it? 10 minutes of carnage come, everybody. Enjoy one, enjoy all. Not got any timing on it, which is slightly concerning. Oh. There's a nice Dakota. Yeah, that's a bit of old World War II fight. There's a bomber a minute ago that went over. That's a DC-3. And cars flamed. Are we getting timing on this? I would hope so. Unknown race. Probably then. Craddock holding the pole position car. It's interesting. No names or countdown though. There we go, got the names. None of them started. There we go, they all start now. And into the lead, I think, has gone Matt Locke, but I can't guarantee it because, oh, when he's upside down. So the leader now is between those two cars. This is when it gets difficult. Because I don't really know where they're coming either at this point. It's your leader, it's the pink 10, is that? Don't know. Oh, it's fun in ways to work out. So we're with second, third, and fourth. We'll give you a lead count on numbers quite soon. Lots of people struggling because the car don't really know how this track works. So let me have a look and see if I can tell you who's going to lead. So in the lead is car number 10 of Jack Ritchie. We're looking at the second, third, and fourth battle, which is between other cars. Ritchie's upside down, so he's not the leader anymore. So this is now the leader, and that is car number 5 from 9 from an X-ray. Who's gone past again, so 5 from 9. And it's Mags in the yellow, I think. 5 from 8 from 1. So where's 9? Oh, he's fourth now, okay. So 5's leading, and that's Oliver Natras in the green. We're with second place man. I think it's Mags. And then third and fourth are right together. Mags has made a mistake, so our leader is further ahead. Mags drops to fourth. Second and third quite close together. I'll try and get a positive ID on this bright yellow car, which I know is an X-ray. I just don't know what number X-ray it is. Oh, he's upside down. Does it matter? No, there he goes. And it's so hard to get the numbers because they're going quite quick at that point. Upside down again, upside down again. So I think it's Mag's going to come through in second now. That is the 9 car actually, the second. Yeah, Mag's in the 8. I think not even got the right number actually, isn't it? And we got the Craig Russell 9, Ricky Cooper 4. Now Cooper I'm pretty sure is on the pinky car. So I think that's Cooper in that pinky car just taking second place. This is marvellous. I don't really notice the numbers, and it's really hard to see the numbers anywhere because people have just slapped one on. So miles out in the lead, though, is Oliver Nattrass. He's got a good 7 or 8 seconds of lead now in the 5. Green car. This one I just think is Ricky Cooper just from memory. It's the 10. Well, there's no 10, so he hasn't put the right number on. That's brilliant, isn't it? They haven't actually put the right numbers on the blooming car. So there's no 10. Jack Ritchie did not start officially, but there he is with a bright 10 on the car. Oh, this really helps, isn't it? I think Ritchie might have a problem with transponder or something, and he's got the 10 on his car, I think, but he's got a did not start next to his name, and he's not being scored. So it is Ricky Cooper and Lee Maggs. I don't know where Cooper's gone. Right. I think it's Lee Maggs now in second, who we're with. Not at all confusing me, but oh, no, he's upside down. So Maggs is upside down. I'm going to watch at the window most of the time. I'm not sure he's got the right number on. No, he is 9. Right, this is great. People haven't put any numbers on. They've got the wrong numbers on the cars. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So that was Cooper in second. No, it's Maggs in second. It was Maggs in second. Then you've got the 2 car, which is not 2, which is Callum McLaughlin. So no one's got the right numbers on the cars. So your guess is as good as mine about what the heck's going on, because they haven't got the correct numbers on the cars. So I don't know where anybody is, or why, or when. So interesting, 5, Oliver Nattrass has got the right number on the car, and he's leading. So that's why he's leading. He's actually bothered to put the right number on his car. Pretty sure so it is Lee Maggs in second. Absolutely, he's got number 9 in his car, even though he's number 8. Now catching him up slightly is I think he's catching up to the yellow and white car. Bit of fuel stoppery going on. And that car goes across the line now as Maggs has got heavily stuck, and that's Callum McLaughlin. So that was a very bad fuel entry, very bad. They're absolutely lousing up the fuel entry and exits in these cars. They really are. Maggs lost about 15 seconds getting into the fuel stop. So he remains in second. Now he's dropped down to 4th. Then it's Russell Mottram. As Hayley Crebin says, going the wrong way with the wrong numbers. It's brilliant. Still, you know, it's all about a bit of a laugh. Right, now, trying to work out where our leader is. Is he getting fuel? What's he doing? Where is he? How long's gone? Please say all the race has gone. No, not quite. I think that's our leader's just actually flamed. So our leader is in the pits, going back. He's in the pits now, our leader. He's flamed out, and he's been restarted by Taro. So that was our leader. Give it some revs. He says, give it some revs. Dramatic drama. Flame out. Now, will he still? This is Oliver Nattrass. Will he still be in the lead? Oh, he's got quite a lot of flaming going on. Now, where is he? No, he's dropped down to 3rd. No, he hasn't. He's dropped down to 4th. But this is the battle with Lee Maggs for 3rd in front of you. And he's punting Maggs out of the way, which is just as well, really, because Maggs hasn't got the right numbers on. So I want Oliver Nattrass to win only because he's got the correct numbers on his car. And that to me is the key point of this entire event. Have the correct number on your car, you will get the support of RC Racing TV. So he now is, well, he was about 4 seconds behind Callum McLaughlin, and Warburton's leading. They were quite close. He said, I can't really tell they are quite close or were quite close. Let's see what it is at the end of this lap. I think there's been an accident. I think there's been an accident for one of the bad pit entry again. So I think this is Natras into second now. Yep. He's 7 seconds behind Warburton, though. He was 7 seconds faster than at the beginning, so Natras in second. Warburton's leading. I can see Warburton in the yellow car. So I'm going to try and keep an eye on who's doing what to whom. So second. So first is upside down, facing the wrong way, having an accident. So first is now not 7 seconds ahead. So just to give you an idea. And he's had another accident, so I think this could be a change for the lead. This car he's going past upside down, that's the change for the lead. And Natras picks up the lead from Warburton, who's just had almost had a third crash there. 2 crashes and he was out. But he's so that's first and second together. Natras, green wheels, white wheels, yellow body of Darren Warburton. So Warburton was doing fine. Made 2 mistakes. Oh, wow, he's got more speed, hasn't he? Down the straight. We're prepared to put more down. So this is your battle. 2 minutes to go. We know who they are, whether they have the correct numbers or not. We don't know one way or the other. But Natras, who was leading by a mile, and then lost it all with a flame, and I got it back again because Warburton had 2 accidents in 4 corners. Right, this double-double doesn't work as well. You can see they're having to work out how many jumps. Oh, no, that's a change to the lead again. So Warburton goes in the lead. So Warburton leads with 1 minute and 45 to go. Natras in second. That's your green wheels against your white wheels. There's many other colours involved, but the wheels each one did. Oh, no, Warburton. And then, right together again. Can't ask for more than this. Now, is Ricky Cooper going to catch him up with whatever car number he's got on? I don't know. So many singles because they don't know how to, they just can't have the time to jump without knowing what's going on. They're just singling everything, really, aren't they? So it's Natras from Warburton. And we're down to 1 minute and 19 to go. They lap someone. They're right together. I don't know where the third place man is. He's not far. Oh, he scored about less than a second behind. That white car has scored right behind them, which is a surprise. So Russell now, in the car behind these two, has scored in third. Which all sounds a bit unlikely, because I didn't see him being there, but never mind. He scored in third. That's what counts. Natras gets a little bit of a lead over Warburton as they get tangled up in a bit of back markery. 48 seconds to go. Then they're going slowly. They're going to get this one and one more. So 2 left to go. Warburton getting a bit closer to Natras again. Natras very much driving within himself and the track. Warburton trying to throw it around a bit to catch back up again. Over the AstroTurf section. Right together in the chaotic reverse race here at the Hearts Grand Prix 2022. About to start their last lap sprint down the straight. Up and over. Ping the timing beam with 20 seconds to go. So this is the battle for the lead. And they are first and second. Warburton in the yellow car, the white wheels. And Natras, green wheels, green car. Going past the camo tent. And Warburton made a mistake there, lost a lot of drive, but there's cars all over the shop. There's a car in the middle of the road now, which you have to avoid. And Warburton just about did there. Oh, he's gone over! He's gone over! It's going to be Warburton handed it to him. Grip roll for Natras. Warburton with the cat. Oh, he's gone wide himself there. Come on, just Darren, he's got a long lead now. If he can just keep it wheels down, Warburton will take the reverse track race. It's just, it's going to take right down. Difficult. Unlucky for Natras, that roll, which shouldn't have cost much time. It did cost him time. Warburton all over the shop, but he's only got a sweeping round corner and a straight and a bit of a careful on the king. He's got to come over this time alone now. And it's going to be a win for Darren Warburton. Well done, mate. Warburton takes it. Well, I think Natras should come over in second after that. Me disappointed. He was leading in the last lap. Natras is second. Cooper's going to come in third, is he? It's Ricky Cooper third. It's going to be Callum McLaughlin and then Matlock, Lee Maggs. They all had to go in the lead and they all had to go at having the wrong numbers on their cars, which was the key point. Ben Johnson, I think the track runs better this way. Not sure. Oh dear. Oh, it's quite good. Once we worked out what was going on, it was fine. There was a lot of confusion when there was a lot of shouting. Oh, get your numbers right, change numbers, get your numbers right, and then no one actually changed the numbers. Pit lays, Ash. So, does the track actually run better backwards? Is the question. So hopefully it's not going to rain. There's a kind of, it does look quite threatening over the left-hand side. There's a kind of bit of cloudage over there. It looks quite dark and dingy. Blimey. No, well, it's dark and dingy, I can tell you. Right, so that's the end of that one. Now, I believe the next one is the longest tank race. It is. So it's the longest tank race is next. It's not actually the longest tank race because that would be just a, how many millimeters long is your tank?
Next up is the longest tank is next.
So I think that's going to happen. I think it's going to happen reasonably quickly. The longest race. I think they're going to have this one rolling out in the next couple of minutes. Certainly, my hope they're going to get going. Right. Variety of people in the pit lane. Someone doing pull-ups. It's always a bit of a show off. So, longest tank race could last for quite a long time. More importantly, we know for a fact that people aren't going to have the right blooming numbers on their cars.
Next up is the longest tank race.
So the longest tank race has 15 entries, which may or may not have these numbers on the cars. You have Vincent Verneuil, David Ritchie, Craig Russell. Theoretically one is Vincent Verneuil. Theoretically two is David Ritchie, 3 is Craig Russell, 4 is Callum McLaughlin, 5 is Chris Long, 6 is Max McDonald, 7 is Sam Cobley, 8 Maxim Cook, 9 Blue McCauley, 10 Blake Mawhinney, 11 is Lee Maggs. You can't keep him off the track, old Lee, can you? 12 is Matlock, 13 is Matlock, 13 is Darren Hayden-Ball, 14 is Sean Gregson, and 15 is Mark Garrett. Sam Cobley ran 14 minutes. I think someone ran 18 minutes last year, didn't they? Couple of engines starting. Looks like we're going to get this one over it reasonably soon. So, how many minutes? This is when you start a bet, isn't it? You start kind of like a... See, it's not just how long you can last. It's distance on a tank. So, it's... that's the thing. It's the longest distance on a tank. Not the longest tank. So, you just trundle around the last 27 minutes. It doesn't actually matter. Because what you have to do is go quite a long way as well. So, it's all the laps. So last year, I'm sure we had someone who was still trundling. It was 2 laps behind the person who'd run out. What happens to the first part of the race? Just look at some cars and wait for them to go flat. Not flat, that's an electrical term. Wait for them to go dry. Run dry. Okay, got one wall up again. This is going the right way around this time now, so you can see the people already fired up. You have to detune the car and set the throttle low. I think it's all about, I think most of this is mostly about throttle control. Okay, you need to erect yourself again. I have no idea what to cover here because the person who's leading isn't going to be the person who's going to win. So this most distance covered on a tank, not the longest your tank lasts, it's the most distance. So you have to do something. Obviously going fast isn't particularly it. So there's the warm-up lap. I don't know why you need a warm-up lap. Now if you can see smoke, that means it's running rich. That means that's not a great idea. I bet this we haven't got the right numbers on it either. I'm just going to watch cars and guess, really. You can all guess with me if you like. Right, in they all come. Has that got anything resembling the correct number? This number's 7, so theoretically that should be Sam Cobley. Is it Sam Cobley? I don't know. Exciting, isn't it? I have no idea if Sam. He ran 14 minutes last year. This is Ben Johnson backing Sam Cobley, who may or may not be that car, if it is actually number 7. There we are. That's the excitement, isn't it? We've got an HB, whoever it is. Okay, all down. Now, in fairness, it is 7. He's actually in the 7 position, and it is Sam Cobley. So that's amazing. Someone's got the correct number on. Hang on, no, so number 2's there, 7's there. It's 2 7s I can see for a start. I can see 2 9s as well. Oh, for goodness sake. No number, a 1 and a 16. 15. Right, so that's gone particularly well. 15 is 15, though. So Darren, no, it's not. Yes, it is. 15 is 15, which is, no, it's not. Mark Garrett. Anyway, look, the numbers are nowhere. So we are a little bit stymied. So let's watch. Just take the leader, Ash, because we'll find out who that actually is when he goes across the line. They're not actually racing, remember, they're trundling around. So into the lead at the moment. And getting into clear air isn't necessarily a bad idea. I'm not sure what the guy. Let's keep on the leader because then we'll know who it is. It's this sort of strategy to find out who's actually driving a car when there are 3 9s and 2 7s, whatever it may be. There will know one of them is Cobley. Right, so this is the first person over the line and is Callum McLaughlin. So Callum McLaughlin's there in that car. So that is McLaughlin's car from Sean Gregson. Now what McLaughlin needs to do is go a bit slower. So nothing's going to happen in this race for 7 minutes, 8 minutes. You can go out and make yourself a cup of tea. Callum McLaughlin number 4, but he's in the lead, Haley Krebin, but it doesn't really matter because he probably hasn't got number 4 in his car. Oh, he's got a 20-minute limit. I can't believe that. It might last more than 20 minutes. Okay. So this is... No, you don't be out there. That's wasting fuel. So lift and coast is the key. Don't use the brakes, lift and coast. Clockton leads. I think possibly just wanting the TV time rather than winning this. Yes, he's gone out too fast, I would say. Just as a... Oh, he's gone out into a wall as well. Start for Maxim. Cool, dear. That's fuel. Going to lead. Take the leader. Everybody's going to keep with the leader the whole time while we know who it might be. And that should be Sean Gregson. Not guaranteeing it is. Oh, looking a bit fuely. So coming across the line in a second. Lift and coast. Lift and coast. Mr. Sean, lift and coast. No, he does think I think he's using this as practice because he's doing like race laps. isn't really how you do a long run. We are 2 minutes and a half in. That's great. Ooh, no. It's an interesting theory, just go as fast as you can. Obviously, there's a sweet spot where you are not travelling far enough for your fuel by going too slow, but for me, you want to actually kind of roll round the corners. This stop, turn, fire means you're using more accelerator you need to. This is not a fuel run. This is just an extra bit of running for Gregson. Usually off the throttle a lot more. But remember, it's the longest distance. There's people who pass by a lap. They still need to do that lap. It isn't just lasting a long time. They need to do the extra laps as well. So people who are a lap behind, like Craig Russell, Vincent Vanille, Lee Maggs, yeah, terrific, but they've still got to do that lap to win. It's 3:18 for Sean at the moment. A lot more off now. Just roll into the corners. Small blast. Blast, but off throttle now. Then roll right round this top corner. Yeah, you need to use fuel for these parts when you're flying, because actually rolling them up and hill and downhill is actually slower. So Sean's put a lap on most people now, or a lot of people. He's 17 seconds ahead of second place. No one's really scrapping with him. And the funny thing is, if they do scrap with him, he just goes a bit slower. So Greg's getting his car on telly, which is the key point, really. Now running for just shy of 5 minutes. Where things are going to get difficult is when Sean stops running and we have to work out where everyone else is, or who everyone else is, because of the what can I say, less than accurate number placement. Now, as Callum McLaughlin dropped out, was he just very, very slow? No, he's out. We got a car retired. The McLaughlin car's broken down. I think it has anything to do with fuel. I think it's just broken down. So McLaughlin's out. Maxim Cook's out. John Gregson continues on. Having run for 5 minutes and 29 seconds now. Because they started going when it went beep. And he's got a massive fishtail. Really isn't giving any sort of thought about fuel saving at all. He doesn't know how to fuel save. He thought, I'll go see how far I can go. He's just doing a fuel tank run. In fairness, he hasn't had any accidents, so might work. He's massively ahead of everybody. So even when he runs out, they're going to be a while getting past him. Even if we can work out who it should be. Now, the thing to remember is where, when he does stop, where exactly it is he stops. He's stuck a couple out there. Some people, oh, no, I got away with that one, didn't he? You don't want to be upside down revving it, going nowhere. Yep, Callum's how can Callum have restarted when he's not allowed to take fuel? Bit strange. But he may well just restarted it and not taken fuel, which is fair enough. So have lots of laps to do to make up, obviously. No, I think Callum walked. I don't think Callum is back. I think Callum walked over the timing loop. Yeah, he's out again. Just see him now. I think Callum walked over the timing loop, and that made him think he was back in again. So Mark Garrett is obviously going very slowly, deliberately. Oh, that's a mistake. So we are now down to, he's run 7 minutes and 14 seconds. Now, 7.5 is quite easy. 8 minutes is relatively easy. So we're beginning to get into the area where he might be in trouble in the next half minute or so, but you don't know what his basic consumption is. He's so far ahead of the rest of the field. That's not great. That's not great. That's not great at all. Someone else retired there in the hands of one of the marshals. And they may have run out, actually, if it's just gone slowly and run out. So it may be a little bit because they are running out now because we are at 8 minutes. But Sean has decided to go for it and see what happens next. He is 22.6 seconds ahead of Max McDonald, the nominal 6 car, 32 seconds ahead of Darren Hayden-Ball, and he's been running now for 8 minutes and 12 seconds. So, 8:12. Now 10 minutes is quite doable with the correct throttling and Venturis. It's really when you get over 10 you're starting to, especially at this speed in the land of the guesstimate. It's all right. A little bit of fuel wasted by having to press the brake there, but not too bad. So you've got Sean who's gone out and just sprinted out in the front. He actually lost a couple of seconds to Max McDonald that last lap, so McDonald also pushing it at this point. Hayden Ball 6.6 behind. There's a lap back to the next. Oh, has he gone? Has he gone? Yep, he's gone. So he's gone there at 9 minutes. So you need to wait there for a second, and Max McDonald should come past him, but will he? Has Max McDonald gone as well, actually? Max McDonald still scored a lap behind. Right, I think Max McDonald, is the car with the yellow wheels coming round the thing now. I think this is Max McDonald, this one now, coming towards us. I think this is Max. He's no numbers in his car, but I think that's McDonald. He's now behind. He's been overtaken, so he's now leading overall, if it is him. And I only did that from kind of visually when he passed the line. Oh, hang on, no, it might not be him because he's now scored in third. I think McDonald stopped. Not McDonald. Okay, this has gone horribly wrong immediately. Right, so I don't know who this is, but we'll find out in a second. McDonald's also out. Gregson's out. McDonald's out. Hayden Ball's still running. I don't know if this is Hayden Ball. I don't know. Yeah, this is Hayden Ball. So we are the right car, but it's Hayden Ball, not anybody else. So Hayden Ball now leading. He's running 11.14. He's ahead by, well, he's over a lap ahead of Gregson now. He's not running. So a lot of slow cars are running, but Hayden Ball's still running at 10 minutes and 38. Lots of other cars. You can see they're all kind of bunching together. Oh dear, no. So there's lots of cars still running. Hayden Ball's got a lead of over a lap on Lee Maggs. I think this is a kind of selection of cars who are all knocked together in that sort of next, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Hayden Ball now up to 11 minutes and 5 seconds. Oh dear, doesn't help, does it? So there's a lot at this point. You need to be very circumspect in going past these cars because you just waste so much fuel if you have to stop and start again. Much easier just easing off and stopping, really. So this is a good bit of tank running here. There he goes. So Hayden Ball's gone so many laps past Gregson with a medium speed concept, or medium quick he's gone, rather than super quick. He's gone medium quick. There he goes. A little bit of a puff of smoke there as you can put a little bit of throttle down, but he's now inching towards 12 minutes. 12 seconds to go before it's 12 minutes. Quite a few cars out, even the ones that aren't showing out yet are out. So Hayden Ball, 14, 11.54. He's got some reliable, he's got some fuel consumption in that one, hasn't he? Not sure he's just choking a bit then. Yeah. No, is he getting in trouble? Oh, no, he's just got a bit of fuel. I think it's scraping up the last dregs. He's got a good scavenger system. It's going really well. I thought he was in trouble about 4 corners. I thought about 5 corners back. I thought that was it. And he's managed to get another bit of a lump. Here he goes, Vincent Vermeule's misappeared. So 15 now and still running well. Dan's been practicing this all year and he's got himself a special way of doing it. Down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars, but I'm not sure all those are actually even running. Hayden Ball absolutely dominating this at the moment. He can now run 13 minutes and 11 seconds at a reasonable pace at that. Certainly, really blipping the throttle to get down, but just by looking at the smoke, let's have a throttle blip, easing it off. I wonder if Darren's using a different strategy now the tank's a bit lower. Certainly not trying to blast the thing around. Goes past somebody else. Still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars sort of running. 2 of them are 5 laps behind. Lee Mags might be in trouble here. I think he might have gone, Lee. Bit of a performance and a half from Darren Hayden Ball. Still running now. So another lap. That's the 17th he's on. Which I believe is a record. Manx and Long are both gone. Long got an extra lap from a miscount. So this man, not only is he at the front, he's also running longer than everyone else. So Hayden Ball looks like he might get 18 laps, might break the record. Absolutely fantastic performance, really. He's just... Alright, he was half a minute behind, but the ultimate pace, but he knew what he paced to get. This is brilliant. I'm very surprised he managed this. So he's done 15 minutes. It's gone. Is he going to get it? He's going to roll over, and he just gets 18 laps exactly. So who's still running? Anybody? Well, there's 2 other running at the moment. So there's that yellow car. Let's take it and find out who it is. Whilst you can see a lot of cars green, a lot of them aren't actually running. They're actually stopped. Matt Locke's gone. So this could be Sam Cobley. It could be Barrett. We'll find out when he goes across the line. And this is Mark Garrett. So drop back to the other car that's running, because that's Sam Cobley, who's currently in second. This is Cobley. He's got to do this lap and get further than Darren, which was actually on the start-finish line. So I think if Sam does this, if he gets round this lap and gets over the start-finish line, he will go into the lead. So Cobley, who we saw right at the beginning, with the correct numbers, this is his reward, obviously. If he can get the thing up and over, go further than Cobley, I think Cobley won this last year, I think, actually, but he has to get round here, do this, gets down the straight, he just has to get onto the main straight, and he will be in the lead. And there he goes. Well, he's in the lead, mate. He doesn't have to do another lap, he's in the lead, because he's gone further. Because Darren Hayden Ball only got literally to the timing line. No, you're wrong. Okay, the announcement on the machine is wrong. He's actually in the lead because he's done more distance already. He doesn't need to do an extra lap. He's done more distance, and there he goes. So find the other person who's trolling around, wherever he is. But by my reckoning, Cobley won that. It's not quite. It's not showing in the time in scoring because it wasn't a complete lap. But actually, he did more of the 17th lap, or the 18th lap, should I say, or the 19th. I think about it. Did more of the 19th lap than was done by Darren Hayden Ball. So, and that's no, it's not that. God, this is very, very limited movement, isn't it, from Mark Garrett now? He's going to run out of time on the 20 minutes. And he's careful. He managed for 18 minutes. He's tankful at no speed whatsoever. He's got 5 more laps at this speed. We've got to watch. The problem is they're going to time out, which isn't really the point of the game, is it? So I think Sam's won this. I think the fact that Darren actually died on the start-finish has confused people, but as far as the longest tank is concerned, you haven't got to go a whole lap longer, you've only got to go 1 yard longer. And that's it. So, to me, congratulations to Sam Cobley. It's not Darren Hayden. Darren didn't win that one, Sam won it. Because he went further. It's not about whole laps, it's about sub-laps, in my opinion. So, I've awarded that to Sam Cobley, and I don't care what else anyone says. That's my decision, and my decision is final. Okay, next final is the 2 drivers, 1 thing. There was 2 dogs on the track.
Okay, do we have any more entries for 2 to Tyler, 1 person? 2 to Tyler, 1 person? The longest tank race medals are in race control, so pop up towards race control to get your medal. Just to confirm, in this race we've got Jack Whitson, Jake Bell, Alan McLaughlin, Craig Russell, Maxim Lee, Phil Weston's not running, Charlie Thompson. Get the markers out, Ted Markins too.
So the 2 for 1, and here they go. Okay, final fun race of the day. Right, so we've got a slightly weird one here. Can you give us a picture of the yeah, there's the rostrum. You're a bit tighter on the rostrum really for this one to see the stupidity of what's going on. There's two of them driving the same car. I'm not sure how long this race is, to be honest. Oh, I've got the wrong title up. So, this is what they're doing. One's doing throttle, one's doing steering. So let's go back and have a look on the track now. I don't actually know anything about who's in these. So this is, I think this is a 10-minute race. I'm not sure. Actually, don't know how long this race is. So this is two people trying to control one car. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Neither's the timing, that's quite useful. Don't know how long the race is. Don't know what's going on. Is it 5 minutes? I don't know. Are they refueling as well? I've no idea what's happening here. So, this is, yeah, just confusing. It's 11 people. I don't know who the other person is. It's a 10-minute race. Right, okay. So one's on throttle, one's on... Jeez, this is going to be an absolute disaster. Let's stick with the leader, whoever that might be. As you know, we've no... Oh, that's like Darren Hayden-Ball again. From the car. So he's fueled it up and now he's got two of them driving it. Weirdly, I think it's the important the guy on the steering. Sorry, is Hayden-Ball actually sharing that with anybody? It is Hayden-Ball, I think it is. Because he's just going as fast as he would anyway. Who the hell is he driving with? Let's have a look more of a look at the controller action up there, Ash. I like the one at the far end where where they are actually sharing the stick control. That makes it a lot easier. Bit of conversation going on as well. There's Maxime Cook. There's Jamie Clancy with somebody. So when you've got a pistol grip, it's more difficult, isn't it? Because somebody's steering and someone's throttling. It's a little bit easier if you've got sticks. Lots of laughs as they go. So, I think Dan's still in the lead, by the way. Who knows? There he is, still in the lead and going quicker than he was going during the race. So, not actually sure what this is proving, to be honest, apart from the fact it's, you know, Dan Haydenball wins all the fun finals. Bit of skippage there by the level of understanding between Darren and whoever he's racing with is absolutely astounding. You wouldn't know there were two who were driving that car. Now, do they need to make a pit stop? Given the fact he ran for 14 minutes last time, tends to be a doddle. Wow, people still use stick controls. Stick controls are still very, 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 very popular in the UK amongst old people. Most of the kids, actually, the younger drivers do use the pistol grips and throttle, but when you get slightly more senior, certainly, you know, certainly a few years when I was going and starting the first 10 years I was racing, everyone used stick transmitters. The whole steer wheel thing was very alien. It is, in fact, basically, it's us and it's the UK and Japan who've really stuck with stick. Not quite so popular. Obviously, in the US, it's entirely steer wheel. I don't think there's any particular advantage in it. I think the steer wheels, because there's more than the soul, perhaps get some slightly more advanced stuff on them these days. So Hayden Ball leading by a country mile. So he's 21 seconds ahead of Trey Thompson and his partner. Whoa! And some seconds ahead. Let's have a look at that one again, shall we? And some seconds ahead of Billy Grinley. Look at that. Up at my nose. I'm going to twist it. And I'm on again. So two of them have managed to get that car back on the road again. Jamie Clancy's on sticks. He's a young one. There we go. Steering wheel and foot pedals. Next, that's sim racing, isn't it? Steering wheel and foot pedals. Let's go simming. So about halfway around the race. Some shouting going on there. That's what we want to shout about. So we're back at 8:45, we think, tomorrow, UK time, 9:45 in Europe, very early in the morning in America, quite late in the afternoon in Australia. The August bank holiday, which is actually only a bank holiday in England and Wales, I think. I'm not even sure it's a bank holiday in Northern Ireland or Scotland. There's one guy using the speedo and one control. Let's have another look at our drivers, please. In their magic, the ultimate concentration. You can see there, little lads on the throttle, his mates on the steering. Next to him, we've got two guys, one guy on the left stick, one guy on the right stick. Pan across to your left. There's Clancy on the steering wheel, and you've got the two there. We're having a marvellous time with that. Yeah, we know what we're doing. A little bit of conversation between them as they go round. I think that's Lee Maggs actually. That car, in that car, just looking where the head was. Let's go back down this line again. I think that's Maxim. Might be Maxim Cooper, one of the younger guys there. There's Clancy and his partner. Jake Dell and his partner. Don't know who that is, I'll be honest with you. He's hiding the second person. Old and young again, always a good combination. Another team there. Throttle from dad, steering from, I say dad, throttle from male, older, steering from the other. 2 minutes to go. I'm not sure where Hayden Ball is, and he's still leading by an absolute monster mile. Thanks, Ash. Found him. So this isn't going down as an absolutely fantastic race, but it's going to be an absolutely fantastic demonstration of why Darren Hayden Ball and whoever he is with are very good at half a car each. Oh, he made a mistake. It doesn't really matter, he was 40 seconds ahead. Minute 39 to go. It should be, if he goes slow enough, 2 laps. Otherwise he might make a mistake, it may end up being 3. With Charlie Thompson 35 plus seconds behind, the Hayden Ball show continues. Cam McLaughlin and partner. Oh, Team McLaughlin. No, it didn't work that time. Tried to spin. Whoa! Well, I'm sorry, but we're going to give that one mainly because of the Marshall almost falling over, which is already fun. So here he goes. Upside down, click the thing. Now, can I get it right? 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 No, I can't get it right. And in from stage right comes Marshall. Oh, and he's on his arse. And he's managed to get going again. Hope he's all right. I don't think he hurt himself. He's got a bit grubby because the track's quite filthy where it's got oil and rubber on the okay, 42 seconds to go. So my guess is this is going to be the last lap for the Hayden Ball machine. A chance to say thank you for being with us today at the Herts Grand Prix. Tomorrow, early morning, with the final show. There'll be finals all day. Christmas tree, and also the E-buggy have 3 legs, and I'm not sure the Truggy's got 1 leg or 3 legs. I don't know. Probably they've got 3, but anyway, we'll know all that later. Jim hasn't let me in on the actual timing of the final yet. So here we go. Over the line will come Darren Hayden Ball and partner to win the race. Well done, Darren. That is a great performance for both of you. Well done to 2 of you there. A double victory. We'll probably work out who it is now. Oh, it's them, is it? There we are. Darren, well done. Made look easy. So that's Darren. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to you. Thank you for being with us. We will see you tomorrow. Just lock off on a wide somewhere, Ash, please. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:15. Hopefully you can join us, and it's finals all the way. We'll give you all the information where the main final is a bit later. But until then, have a great evening, and we will see you very soon. My name is Dave from Racing TV. Ash Leontine was on the camera, and you were our audience. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.